Good morning. Today is 7th of March 2025, and we're going to be racing today. Today, we are going to be racing at Newcastle. This is in New South Wales, Australia. We have raced here a few times. The last mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 415 meters, and the ground rating is the last time I checked was soft. It should improve with the day. We've got 8 races here today, and there's a race which is one of the premier races here, one of the prime races at this track. We've got that today here, and this is what we have to deal with, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses with physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find all the horses that we have chosen are looking good, we stick to our picks, we place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets, or we step out. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that's exactly what we try and do. So I've got 3 tabs opened here. The first one is where we get to see the races, the live feed of the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we get to see the odds and the scratchings. The third one is Top Sport, where we get to see the winning numbers if it is confusing at the last mile. So that's what we have, and we'll see what we can do with the horse racing today here at Newcastle. We'll take a look at the first race. Number 4 has been scratched. I'm going to I've started shortlisting the horses prior to the races, because it becomes very difficult to do that during the races. We actually have to go through 50 different filters, and that's why I've started highlighting the primary ones, and I'll take a look at that once again, and I'll update once I have some clarity.
23 times. She got the job done here last time out. This was over the 1,600 metres. And she deserved this win.
John, my friend!
Just have a look at the form guide. 2, 3, 2, 1. She had another second, another third in there as well. Like, she's just always there and thereabouts. The record of this track is 11 starts, 2 wins.
Welcome back, John.
The record of the distance, 11 goes, 1 win, 8 minor placings. I know she's got an awkward draw, but she is versatile. She can race up on speed or settle back and hit the line. I just think she ticks every box in this race. You know you're going to get an honest run out of her. I'll put the 1 in for second, which is Oakfield Pinto. Had a long time off the scene. Raced on the 17th of September 2022. Then had a long break over 2 years. Resumed at Taree when well beaten, but improved last time at Port Macquarie. And interestingly, last preparation, while it was a long time ago, did have a similar sort of pattern and 1/3 up. Get the good draw today.
How long? I just made it last night, I guess, John. My time, last night.
So obviously he'll get better as he gets into the prep. He's had a couple of recent trials in town to get ready for this, and he draws well. And the 5, Ms. Reeves, races well on her.
I just made it last night.
And gets Clayton going. 4, 1, 3, and 5 in the 5th.
Trying to learn YouTube, John. I'm still trying to learn YouTube.
In this 1,300 metre race, it's Kranich who's the $2.60 on top selection in from $5.50. Harry Tudor's popular $4.40 to $3.80. We then jump out to $9 where we find Tulip Wood, and La Gracia is at $9.50. Jumping out then to $10 for a couple of runners, and then $15 or more for the rest of the market. So Ben, hopefully, we've had a couple of tricky races on the card. Hopefully this one was a little easier.
Well, hopefully, Kirsten. Yeah, I've ended up with the top two in the market just in reverse order. I've gone 1, 2, 7 and 13. Harry Tudor has had 2 runs back this preparation. He's trained by Brett Robb. He's a 5-year-old by Frankel. He resumed with a really good run over the 1,100 metres and then came here last time in a super maiden over the 1,200 metres where he finished second behind Take the Chance. You see Take the Chance out there in the white and purple colours leading, and I don't think Harry Tudor really shirked his task. He was pretty good through the line there. I think getting to the 1,300 metres, given his breeding, is right up his alley. He draws well. He gets Brodie Loy aboard. Brett Robb's only had this horse for a couple of preparations. Had 2 runs last prep, and he's had 2 runs so far this prep. The furthest back he's finished has been 4th. So he's always there and thereabouts from the good draw today.
Johnny W1.
He's an interesting runner because he's a former Victorian. He's a 4-year-old by Hallowed Crown. He's having his first start for the Michael Mulholland stable. We haven't seen him at the races since May of last year at Kyneton over 1,400 metres where he finished 3rd. Hasn't had a recent trial to get ready.
Right. This is what I have for the first one, okay? So that 8 is the favorite. Now, I've gone through almost all the races that are going to happen today here at Newcastle. And my honest feeling is I don't feel right. I think a better track today would have been Balat, but I got the update on the track much later, so I had no other option other than going with Newcastle. Now, today this track is not one of the best places to race. That's a statutory warning. This track is not one of the best place today to race. This track has a lot of traffic today, and chances are they will try and take advantage of that. Now, having said that, that 8 is the favorite, all right? It has 4 races. It's got nothing that it has done so far, and that's the favorite because it has one of the best jockeys on it. The jockey is good. It's a 1,600 meter. It is within the BBs. It comes within the BBs. A 1,600 meter generally is about at least 2 of the BBs. They come in the top 4. Now, if you look through the rails, that 7 is a clean shot through the rails, but they are like 74% declining on their team strength. So that's a dysfunctional team. The 6 is a 5-year-old mare with a drift and fabulous in its position. It's the 3 is a neutral over a 1,600 meter. We've seen them getting in, but they generally do not win. To win, for a neutral horse to win, it requires a little more than just having a good jockey or one of the best horses. It takes a little more than that. So that 3 is a neutral horse, and it is also not within the rails. So it totally depends on the jockey if he'll be able to get this thing through. It's in very good hands. That's hands down. It is one of the best hands. The best hand probably is 8 with the jockey. We've got a lot of stuff going on, and that's that. But the 1, John, is with a lot of advantage. Is one with a lot of advantage in this race. It's good. It's got advantage, and that's more or less. This thing has the 8 has 4 races, but it did not do anything in last 4 races. This one has 18 races, and the score is not very impressive. 6 also has 18 races and the score is not impressive, but it is the drift and has advantage. It's tested here at Newcastle, and that's more or less the kind of situation. The 7 is the one which is actually going through the rails, but it is 74% declining. So if we look at 7, 6, and 8, all right, now 8 is the favorite, which is well within the rails, but the 7 is a better horse. These two are almost neck to neck, but 7 is in a better position. 7 is a better horse, but the team is suffering 74% decline. So, and the 6 is definitely the second one in line, in good hands. And if we look through the handicapping, then that's the one which is actually handicapped, or maybe it's not handicapped, but it has been restrained. So that's the one. So 6 is good. 8 is favorite because of the jockey, and it has nothing in last 4 races. The actual good horse is this 3, which is also in good hands, but it's a neutral. So winning for this horse could be difficult. That's what I think. But this is the only horse that is with some good numbers. The other one is the 7 through the rails along with 6. If we look at the gate numbers, that's 7, gate number 9. Then this is gate number 8. Number 3 is gate number 8. Number 6 is gate number 5, right? And if we look at the connection to this, that will be either number 2, which is with one of the highest advantages, or number 10, which is drifting with a 50% on the team. So I am not in. I will not get into this race. I like 6, I like 7, but I definitely do not want to get into it. The 1 has a lot of advantage. 1 probably is good. It's not a bad horse. It's good, but this entire layout, it doesn't is not very positive. I would like to see what they're doing with the first race, probably with the second race as well, and if and when we get the right indications that it is okay, I will step in then. But before that, I will not step in. So for me, no bets. I will not get into this the way they are looking. They've got horses which are not up to the mark here. Even for a maiden 1600 meter, they're not up to the mark. And today there's a lot of traffic at this track, and I think it's better to first understand the tendencies of the track and then take our chances. We are at Newcastle today. I seriously wanted to race at Balat, but you know, that thing came in much later, and I had no other option but to go with Newcastle. Wednesday was good, John. You should have been here. Wednesday was nice. Wednesday was nice, though it got a little confusing by the end of it, but Wednesday was nice overall. John, AW1. One is good, John. Resistance is probably 7. That's not there within the odds. Resistance is probably 7. I'm not in. I'm out of this thing. Tuna, my friend, thank you. Thank you for being here, Tuna.
Continue to make their way into the yard for this maiden plate over the 1600 metres. Note that you're racing on a soft 5. It is a little bit overcast trackside today. It was looking a little bit ominous earlier. There was a little bit of rain. It then blew over and hopefully the clouds continue to blow away. Now in the first, it's Literature Tycoon, who is the $2 favourite, in from $3.60. When fresh up from a spell, placed 5th at this track over the 1300. Steps up in distance today and looks to be well placed. $3.60 to $2 is backed right in the market. Share the Joy is at $5, $8 at 50 for Cogatere, out from $8. Tokyo Queen is $8 out to $9. So a couple drifting, $10 or more for the rest. All eyes very much on this favourite as I hand you over to Gav Carmody and Mick Wallace, who are in the yard.
Okay, Kirsten, thank you. First of 8 races on Newcastle Stakes. So maiden played over the mile to start the program, as you say. Clear-cut favourite, Literature Tycoon, now at yours for theirs with the fixed odds. Mick, we start with 1. This is Jed. 4th run into the prep. Here's a $12 chance. Serge Leslie on board for Tracy Bartley.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still a maidener. He's at 18 starts for 3 minor placings. I thought it was a really good performance at Gosford last time out over the mile when finishing 3rd behind Delubier. Really got mobile the final 100 metres or so and closed off well. I'm just wondering whether he might have been a little bit flattered by the soft 7 track when you go back and have a look at his CV. Some of his better runs have been on rain-affected tracks, but we are now dealing with a soft 5 surface, so he'll enjoy getting his toe into the ground.
Q8 is TAB number 2 for Daniel Robinson and Matty Owen.
Yeah, just didn't know where to fit this fellow in. He'll go around as one of the outsiders in the race. He's had 4 starts, no placings. A little bit better at Gosford last time out behind Deluvier. Didn't get the best of the start, but battled on okay to finish 5th, only beaten 2.5 lengths.
Cogitare is a 3 for Mark Benavides and Will Stanley.
Showed good improvement from his first start to his second start when placing at Scone last time out over the 1400 metres. Was on top of the speed that day, and he whacked away to score the podium finish there. He seems to be heading in the right direction.
Mitch and Desiree Carney with the next pair. Firstly, Romance the Stone from the inside gate to be ridden by Mitchell Bell.
Yeah, we're hearing she's going to be ridden for speed today, or at least settle a little bit closer to the leaders. She's got the inside draw here. Appeared to be quite disappointing there at Nowra first up over the 1200 metres when sent out a big price. Wasn't the best away and never really got into the hunt, beaten around 11.5 lengths by Every Heart. Strips fitter here today.
The stablemate is Share the Joy in the market, number 6, and the rider, Reece Jones.
Well, she deserves a win. She's had 18 starts for 6 minor placings, and she's been placed her last 3 starts. Came here to Newcastle last time out on the 18th of February, finished 2nd behind Dance after being held up for a run in the straight. I thought she did a pretty good job. She steps up in distance today, which is a slight query, but she's got a hoof right on the chin.
Louis Boslin rides Catatomic here, number 7 for Mark Chevalier.
Yeah, an interesting runner, has been kept safe in betting all the way through. Finished last at Canterbury on debut behind the Enchanter, beaten 5.5 lengths. And then last time out at Hawkesbury, there was a bit of specking for her at long odds, and she finished last again behind Willie Opper, but again wasn't beaten all that far. She might be ready to improve.
On to the favourite we go, Literature Tycoon, number 8, for Nathan Doyle and Jason Collett.
She's a nice filly. She's had 4 starts and yet to get into the placings, but she has finished 4th a couple of times. Last preparation at Hawkesbury, where she was quite unlucky. She ran 4th there one day behind Noises, had no luck in the straight, beaten a length, and it was a similar story after that at the same track behind Tories Rose when beaten a length and a half without getting much clear air. Did enough first up here at Newcastle over the 1300 metres, even though it didn't appear all that comfortable on the wet track, still worked to the line okay to be beaten 4.5 lengths by My Fair Lady. The step up to a mile looks perfect.
Some Beauty is the 9 for Brad Widdop and Tommy Berry.
A 3-year-old filly by a Rock Hero who's yet to place in 5 career starts. Bit slow away there at Orange last time out when finishing 7th behind Casino Diva. Beaten 3 lengths, probably a little bit more depth here.
And Tokyo Queen down the bottom for Fabio Mazzino and Chad Lever.
Yeah, there's something about her I like. I didn't mind her trials, in particular the trial there at Warwick Farm on the 30th of January, finished 3rd behind Deluvier. Last start at Newcastle, they ran along a little bit and she was in behind the leaders. You could see she had something to offer. Just took her a while to get into the clear. Goes from the 1400 up to the mile today, and I think that's a good thing.
5.5 minutes out, riders up. They're off to the gates to the first of 8. Favourite here at even money, Literature Tycoon. Hit such odds on earlier. So 195 just goes to even money with the NOP. Second line of betting occupied by Share the Joy at $5 is in from $5.50. Third line, Cogitare at 9, then out to Sun Beauty at $9.50. Tokyo Queens there in the mix as well, but around that $8.50 quote. Jed just a touch easy. The 4-year-old for Tracy Bartley. He looks to break through at start number 19. He goes 11 out to $13. So Literature Tycoons had one run back from a spell this filly. She ran 5th behind My Fair Lady at the 1300 first up. Goes for the mile second run into the preparation. She got up over 1500 metres last start, and she will be partnered today by Jason Collett, who is the favourite for the Jockey Challenge, incidentally, at $2.40. The second elect is Karen McAvoy at $4.80, and Chad Schofield is a $5 chance. Karen not riding, neither is Chad in the opening event on the program. So back into odds on now, $1.95 about Literature Tycoon. Mix, so soft 5, the track reassessed about an hour ago, and they're getting around to the gates for race 1.
Oh, so Liam Cogitaire, interesting run. I thought it was an improved effort at Scone last time out.
Yeah, he's a horse will take time by So You Think. They're always a bit more late than early. I think his last start was pretty good. Today up to 1600 he will improve. Not the best barrier, just seem to have not much speed in a race, so we should be able to come across and be not too far from the speed. I reckon he could place a nice run today.
And he's done well since his last run?
Yeah, very well. He's very easy to look after. He looked great in the mounting yard. Very good coat on him, so I couldn't be more happy with him.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Gitare, $9 chance, has had 2 runs overall. And gelding by So You Think. So 1200 up to the 1400 metres that he went last up, and he finished 3rd at Scone behind Call Me Magnifique. And he goes up to the mile today, having his 3rd start, trained on the track here by Mark Minabitting. Just over 3 minutes out. Mick, over to you for the late mail.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen on Literature Tycoon. I know we're on a soft 5 track now. I was hoping it would stay as a good 4 because I do think she's better on a firmer surface, but there's only a little bit of a cushion in the track, so hopefully it won't worry you too much. First up run was okay, finishing 5th behind My Fair Lady here at Newcastle. That was over the 1300 metres. She got a long way back. She was given plenty of time to find her feet, and she just started to pick up the last little bit. She gets to a mile here, strips fitter, and I think she can break through. One Jet I've got in for second, been placed 3 of 18. Good run last time out at Gosford when finishing 3rd behind Deluvier. That was over the mile. The wetter the better for him, so the fact we have had a downgrade already plays into his hands. 6 Share the Joy is very consistent. She's been placed the last 3. I thought she tried really hard when placing behind Dance here last time out after being held up for a run in the straight. Goes from the 7 furlongs up to the 8 furlongs today. It remains to be seen whether that's a help or a hindrance. And 10 Tokyo Queen. I toyed with putting her on top. I just want to give her have one more look at her. She was pretty good on debut, went 6th behind Dance to Dance. And look, she was held up for a run at the top of the straight. And there's a bit of size about her. I think she might benefit from getting out the mile and beyond. And I think she's going to win races. Whether she's good enough to win today, we'll find out soon enough. 8, 1, 6 and 10. I've made Literature Tycoon a special.
Okay, Quaddy starts race 5 on the program. That's due to go at 20 minutes to 4 local time. Race number 7, a Group 3 feature worth $250,000. Will jump at 5 minutes to 5 over the 1400 metres. Unfortunately, with scratchings, we're down to 8. But Macarena will start favourite there over the very well performed Amenable. Throwing Coast Watch and Sandpaper, and that feature's also been pretty well back from when markets went up. So favourite goes back into odds on now with fixed odds. So they briefly flirted with the even money. It's now back into odds on at $1.90. 480 second elect, Share the Joy, in from a 550 quote. Has been threatening to win a race, Mick, has Share the Joy for some time.
Yeah, she's been good, hasn't she? Mitch and Desiree Carney put the polish on her, and she just keeps on finding the line. Placed here at Newcastle last time out by the over 1400 metres. Stretching out in distance today. She's rock hard fit and ready to win one.
Okay, so about to come up, and you've got those late mail numbers on the first as they link in. So overcast skies, we had a shower between when we had the preview and also this opening race, so we went from a good 4 down to a soft at 5, and hopefully there'll be a bit of cushion there in the track, certainly, because we've had rained virtually all week. Not a lot of it, but just enough. So we won't be working with a firm deck out there today.
Yeah, I think we were all thinking we'd be dealing with a wet track here today. So when it was good for earlier this morning, it was a little bit of a surprise. But we are on a soft 5 prior to race number 1 with a shower or two around this morning. Hopefully the rain can stay away.
Upstairs we go with a maiden plate over the mile to start the day. So we say good afternoon to Luke Marlowe.
1600 metre maiden gets us going. Jed to come forward. Last few runners getting organised here. Literature Tycoon is the favourite. Kojitare to move up. Not far off a Dispatch. Literature Tycoon, a 3-year-old filly. Just about ready to run now. Waiting for Catatomic to come up into the barriers. Catatomic's gone in. Just about ready now. Inside gate. Occupied by Romance the Stone. Starter up on the platform. Just waiting for them to set steady in the gates. They're right now, off and racing. And missing it off the inside, Romance the Stone. Q8 was away well. Favourite Literature Tycoon, second last, now third last when they settle. Q8 bounded out nicely and has got the lead after 200 metres, albeit a little bit keen. Tokyo Queen is racing in second spot, followed by Sun Beauty, then Kojitare. The inside was Share the Joy centre field. Jed was next from Literature Tycoon on the rails. Then came Catatomic, and the last one was Romance the Stone. So a stretched out field here. Q8 runs along. 1,050 to go. Just won't settle in front. 2.5 lengths on Tokyo Queen. Third getting a good run was Sun Beauty. Then Kojitare, followed in the white cap by Share the Joy. Jed on the outside of Literature Tycoon. Favourite just being squeezed up there by the rider. Is about 7 or 8 lengths off the lead at this point, followed then by Catatomic, and the last one was Romance the Stone. Q8 up to the home turn, 600 metres out, 1.5 lengths on Tokyo Queen, easing out Sun Beauty. Looking to push out as well was Share the Joy, succeeded in doing so, and Literature Tycoon has saved a lot of ground coming through toward the middle of the pack. They're in the straight. Q8 Tokyo Queen joined by Sun Beauty. Sun Beauty raced up on the outside and joined Tokyo Queen. Literature Tycoon ran up behind them. Share the Joy ahead of it. 200 metres to go. Tokyo Queen kicking from Sun Beauty. Literature Tycoon's coming on the rails. 100 metres to go. Tokyo Queen. Literature Tycoon's going to get close. Tokyo Queen. Literature Tycoon. Tokyo Queen. Tokyo Queen held off Literature Tycoon and Sun Beauty third. Followed in by Share the Joy, which will run fourth. Then Catatomic. Kojitare, Jed, Q8, and Romance the Stone was always last.
So Tokyo Queen breaks through at her second start, 1,400 metres up to the mile. Looks like she's still learning what the game is all about. Chad Lever was trying to keep her on a straight course. The
10896. Thanks, John.
To get to the outside, which is obviously where he wanted to go, but he couldn't get there. He's had to dive back to the fence. She kept coming, Literature Tycoon, but Tokyo Queen will save her off, albeit just. Sun Beauty will wind up in third spot, and that was an improved effort by that girl today. And Share the Joy, the one they expect, will wind up in fourth. As I say, Literature Tycoon had wanted to get to the outside on her. He could not. Tokyo Queen prevails.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? You could see Literature Tycoon was travelling really well coming to the home corner, and there was plenty of gaps down close to the rails, but it looked like most of the jockeys wanted to get to the centre of the track. Just makes you wonder whether Literature Tycoon had gone there in the first.
So if we take a look at the 10, what was that 10? It's going through that. Okay. Gentlemen, be very, very wise today here at this track. Be very wise, be very careful with your decisions. We'll go to the next and see. 2 and 7 scratched. 5, 8, 9 and 3.
Chad Lever strikes first as the filly comes back, and we'll see what she made of that performance. Fabio's about to come over and join us after that. Well, good performance. She just still learning, obviously, what it's all about, but she was good.
Yes, well, she's learning now. She didn't get bit far last time, so I was confident on her and especially judged. I knew we would have done the right thing to her, and the race worked out how we wanted it. We've been lucky, so the ground was much appreciated, I guess.
Yep.
So yeah, happy days.
Yeah, she's on the board now, so she can obviously, she's going to run a trip.
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, well, she's bred to stay. Look like she can run 2,000 or more. She's a lovely big riding filly. So yes, definitely.
Yeah, she's a lovely filly to look at, isn't she?
Oh yes, well, she's easy to do anything. She's lovely in track work.
Yep.
Can't fault it on any aspect.
Good on you. Good start of the day.
Thank you.
Well done. 10, 8, 9 and 6. Chad Lever about to jump on the scales after taking out the opening event over the favourite. Half a neck by a length, the margins here. So that girl breaks through at her second start. Literature Tycoon finishes second. And Sun Beauty, as I say, fourth round of the prep, that was much improved. Winds up in third. Chad's about to join us. Still learning, Chad, but she looks like she's got a bit of upside.
Yeah, she is. She's still got a fair bit to learn. Even today, I've sort of ridden her a few times. She's at home and at the trials. She's got on the gate today. She wanted to pull up and look at everything and didn't want to go past the sign down the back. And it's good once we got the horse to lead. I was able to tuck in. She travelled really nicely behind, and once we got to the front, half up the running, just wanted to switch off and wait. So yeah, plenty of improvement there, and hopefully she can go on and do better things for Fabio.
How's that track feel out there?
Yeah, I think it's got a bit of giviness, pretty soft. I'm sure if there's much more rain, it'll be downgrade straight away.
Good on you, mate. Well done.
Cheers.
Here's Chad Lever takes out the opening event on the program. So 10, 8, 9, 6 Newcastle Stakes Day is underway.
Yeah, great result there for Tokyo Queen and trainer Fabio Martino at $9 the win, 240 the place. Very well done if you did manage to find that one. Great ride by Chad Lever. Literature Tycoon in the second spot, $1.04. Sun Beauty, $2.40. And Share the Joy was in the fourth spot. So 10, 8, 9 and 6. Tokyo Queen in that home straight. It looked like Literature Tycoon was going to come back at her, but she fought on, and it'll be great to see what she can do going up over a further distance. So good over the 1,600 metres, Tokyo Queen. 10, 8, 9, 6, your numbers in the opener at Newcastle. We're going to take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, we're kicking off at Dubbo.
All right, this is the second race here at Newcastle today, and if we look at what's going on, that 5 is the favorite, 8, 9 and 3 are there within the odds. This is a 1200 meter maiden again. If we look at the 5, which is the favorite, it's in good hands, but it has no races. It's a filly which has become favorite for some reason, and it comes within the BB. That's okay, but it's a 1200 meter. It's in good hands, but the thing is, it has no races. We don't even know whether that'll run or not. On the contrary, if we look at the 8 is handicapped. It's a very good horse, comes within the BB. And it's the highest handicapped here, along with 4. It's a linear. It has been tested here in this ground at this distance, and that 8 is in a super position. That 8 is in a super position. If we look through the rails, that 8 is the first one to go. Now, that 5 is the favorite for some reason, right? Now, it's a maiden, so that brings in the 6. That brings in the 6. The 6 is placed right after that 8. It is a very good maiden. So whether 8 wins, 5 wins, or whoever wins, that 6 has all the possibilities of getting into a place. And that is not within the odds. That 6 is the one which is placed right after this, and they are also tailing gates. And this one is in a very good position to, get through and do the right thing and get a spot among the top 3. So an EW on 6 is good. The 4 is also as good as the 8. The 4 is also as good as the 8. It has a better jockey, to be honest. This one has a better jockey with 4. So that these two are the handicapped ones, right? 8 and 4. These two are the handicapped ones. The problem with the 4 is it is not within the rails. The 8 is within the rails. Next comes 6, but it's a 1200 meter. I don't doubt that it is going to be very difficult for 4 to get into it, because it's a 415 straight. So again, this thing is dicey. That 5 is the favorite. I don't know that, and they're tailing gate. 5 and 4 are tailing gates. So that 5 is the favorite. It is with one of the best hands. 4 is also in one of the best hands, and they're probably better. They've got one of the best jockeys, hand down. Jockey with advantage today. So that is there. This jockey is with advantage. 8 is, we've got a lot of stuff going on with 8. 8 probably is good. It has been tested here at this ground, at this distance, and it's a homie. So I like 8 more than 5 and 6 for a place, but I am still going to stay out of this, and we will see. I will see what they're doing. I still do not have a clarity on the track tendency. The last one, the 10, it got through, and there's no explanation on this, how it went through. People would say it's horse racing, but we need to have some logic behind that 10 winning over the favorite and over the performing horses. So that's something that I do not have, and I still would like to take a look at what they do with the second race. I do not have a clarity. I like the 8, I like the 4, I like the 6, but it is something that we need to check on how they play. That 4 is good. The 8 has advantage. We've got a lot of stuff going on with the 8. And the 6 has advantage as a maiden, so that 6 probably is an EW. We'll take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get them.
we'll go the other way around. We'll go Great Southern Land first. He looks to have ability. We've seen him run some ripping races throughout his career, but he can put in the odd bad one as well.
He can. He's a bit of a teddy bear. He's a bit soft. I elected to put the blinkers on him today over the 11 just to sharpen him up a bit. They will go fairly quick, so he'll just take a sit back and just see if he can come home over top of them. So see what he does.
He's a funny horse, isn't he? Because you watch him in those sprint races and he steams home and you think, all right, get up and trip and you'll be right. But then he doesn't quite get the tempo in those races and he just doesn't hit the line as well.
Exactly. So we ummed and ahed whether to go around in the 13 or the 11, and this race seems just that little bit weaker than the Super Maiden. So we just elected for that with the shades.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
And what about Silver Chair? I thought she was very good on debut. She obviously ran into a pretty handy one of Snows that day, but her run was good.
She did. She still did a few things wrong. She run around a bit. At home, you wouldn't even keep her. Like, she's lucky to do 3/4. We jumped her out with one of Snows at home one day, and she really surprised us. Clayton was actually watching them that morning, and he put his hand up to even ride her in a trial. So I thought, okay. So she's got a lot of improvement. She'll only have another couple of runs, and then I'll just turn her out just to learn from that and bring her back.
She's by D'Argento, who obviously got better as he got older and a bit more mature. Do you think she'll benefit from that break and come back a better horse next prep as well?
Definitely. She's had a little prep up at the Gold Coast, and then she's sent out here and I leased her with a couple of other people. So, yeah, definitely just it's all a learning curve for her. So she's just a little bit immature, so we'll see how she goes.
We know Great Southern Land will be back from Barrier 2. Where would you like her from Barrier 1?
There is a bit of speed in it, so we'll just see how she jumps and how the others jump, and she might just box seat to see how what happens there.
Later on in the day, you've got Flight or Fight resuming from a break today.
Yeah, I would have liked to do a weaker race, but there's sort of nothing over the 1,000 to suit her, so we thought we'd go here and see how she goes.
And you've got Clayton aboard her. I'm just having a look at her record. She's only won the 1 from 12, but she's been there and thereabouts in most of her runs, hasn't she?
She's honest. She's honest. I would have liked maybe an 8 or 900 first up for her, but as I said, there wasn't anything, and she was ready to go, so I just sort of didn't want to wait to Wellington or something like that for the 900. So thought we'd go here and see what she does.
Bringing 3 horses to the races. Which one are you most confident about?
Super Chair.
Good band, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, there she is, Kylie Kennedy, taking us through her chances today. And Silver Chair's been kept safe here. A $4 chance. $2.70 now for your favourite, which is Michael Mulholland's horse, Vicious Rumour, to be ridden by Jake Tracy Holmes. I've gone 1, 2, 7 and 10. Just gone the way of Miss Clamorosa. I went and had a close look at the the runs of her down in Victoria, and also the one run that Vicious Rumour had down there as well. Vicious Rumour's run was on the synthetic. It was over 1,100 metres, and it was interesting to watch because she looked like she was just sort of left flat-footed when the sprint went on in that race, but she just kept rallying and was ultimately only beaten 3 lengths. Of course, Miss Clamorosa's been out to the 1,400 metres on 3 occasions, 1,450 last time out, and was just gunned down late. So, but she showed a good turn of foot when she was asked to move into the race there as well. So I've just gone her way. I've put the 2 in for second, which is Silver Chair. I think she'll be better for that debut run. The soft draw, Clayton Gallagher sticking is a point in the right direction in itself. The 7 Vicious Rumour, certainly wouldn't surprise me to see it win. The market's there to tell you that it's ready to run well here first up. Just will need a good ride from the outside gate, but Jake Tracy Holmes will get him out of the gates and get him into a spot. And I'll put the 10 in for 4th, which is Kylie's other runner, Great Southern Land. This is the kind of race that you're just going to expect to see him flashing late. He might just run into 3rd or 4th and bolster the exotics there. 1, 2, 7 and 10 for me here in the first. Been sitting at $2.50 now for the last couple of minutes. Vicious Rumour just back out to $2.60. Miss Clamorosa there at $3.90, been pretty firm. Silver Chair now into $3.90, so it's gone 4 to $3.90. Miss Clamorosa's gone $3.90 to $4, and really no moves for the others outside of 19s into 14s there for Rod Northam's runner, Teak Top. So the punters have narrowed this down to the 3 leading chances. And we'll see if the punters can get off to a good start here at Dubbo. 8 races on the card, and I think later in the program we're going to see hopefully a couple of pretty handy ones go around in the form of Capital Mac, and it'll also be interesting to see how Rouge Moulin goes, of course, on the path towards the country championships there at Canamble on Sunday week, the 16th of March. So plenty of interest here at Dubbo throughout the course of the day, and that's alongside, of course, black type racing, group racing there at Newcastle with the Newcastle Stakes. Mick and Gav bringing you the coverage from beautiful Broad Meadows. So we're just about on a jump time here. Looks like there's only maybe 3 or 4 runners left to load. So for the first time today, we'll throw up to the callers box to the man who race 8 today is named after, the Cole Hodges Cup. Here's Cole Hodges.
And also Champagne Tingle, and waiting for Vicious Rumour to move up. So we're not too far off a start here. 8 races on the card plus 2 barrier trials. Around about maybe a little bit over 30 degrees today, forecast temperature. Okay, the last I'm about to move in here to get racing underway here today at Dubbo. Stand by. So our warhorse will be the last one to move up, and they're set to go race 1. Stand by. All set, red lights on. They steady down now and they're off, and the racing. Katori last began pretty quickly. Silver Chair was also away nicely. And about to go forward was Vicious Rumour. It's gone quickly around the outside. And Culgoa Kate is up in the first 4 or 5. Thief of Joy was back along the inside. Miss Glamourosa is getting a fair way back as they gallop down the side. Breakback then came Our Warhorse and Champagne Tingle. And Great Southern Land was badly away at the tail. So down the side they come, and Vicious Rumour raced up on the outside of Silver Chair. Katori Lass is starting to come around them 3 wide. In behind them was Thief of Joy. It's over on the fence. A breakback then to Miss Glamourosa. Well in the straight, and Katori Lass went up to Vicious Rumour. Silver Chair is boxing on. Miss Glamourosa is about 2.5 lengths off them, but is starting to work home fairly well. Vicious Rumour went up the Silver Chair. Miss Glamourosa is finishing strongly on the outside. Miss Glamourosa comes at Vicious Rumour, and Miss Glamourosa comes away to beat Vicious Rumour. Silver Chair third, Culgoa Kate might be fourth, just in front of Champagne Tingle and Katori Lass, Tick-Tock, Plunkettstown, Thief of Joy, and back behind them would have been Our Warhorse. Yeah, Jim's been a good win here.
All right, Miss Glamourosa wins first up for the new trainer, Brett Robb. Beats Vicious Rumour. Looks like Silver Chair will finish third, and Culgoa Kate on debut has finished in fourth. But that grounding down south that Miss Glamourosa had certainly told over the concluding stages. She settled back in the field, and she always looked to be working through the gears nicely, but that last 100 metres or so there, she really asserted her domination, and Michael Hegney got everything out of her over the concluding stages. We're waiting for Brett Robb to make his way down. It could be the start of a big day for the stable. They've got a number of key chances throughout the day. I can see Brett making his way down, and of course he's got Gallant Star, his number 1 seed, heading towards the Country Championships at Canamble next Sunday. We've got the bottle of water. We'll get him to make his way over, and that might be the first of many wins for her. I know they probably sent her here. She's beautifully bred to get some wins on the board and turn her into a broodmare down the track. And so that's mission accomplished. First up, Snow.
Yeah, look, she hasn't been in the stable long, only been there a couple of weeks. Look, basically, like she needs 1400, thought we'd drop her back from the big track here and give her a chance, and yeah, it worked.
Well, she'd obviously had the 3 runs over the 1400 down south, and you mentioned bringing her back to the 1100 metres here today. You've got a bit to work with there, because you know that she can handle that step back up in trip.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we thought. We dropped back to 1100 today, and but for a 13 to 1400 next start. But yeah, look, she ticked the box today. So
nice patient ride by Mick Hegney. Did you expect her to be back where she was?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she gets back at her run. As I said to Mick, she gets back, and if you do the same today on the track like this, they get their chance. You know.
Good start to the day. We'll talk to you a bit later on about some of your other chances.
Okay, thank you.
There he is. Brett Robb gets the first winner on the board. 1, 7, 2 and 3. They've run 1, 3, 89 for the 1100 metre journey, and a widening 1.5 lengths, the margin on the line, 2 lengths between second and third. So Brett Robb gets the day off to a good start there. Kirsten, all three favoured runners run 1, 2, 3.
And very well tipped by you, Ben. You're out in the first with a winner, Miss Clamarosa, $3.90, $1.50. Held off Vivacious Rumour, $1.40. Silver Chair, $1.60. Cogoa Kate in the fourth spot. So 1, 7, 2, 3, the top four numbers in the maiden Dubbo to kick off the card. Now, we've already kicked off the card at Newcastle. We're now up to race 2. This is the Living Turf Maiden Plate over the 1,200 metres. A reminder, it's a soft 5 at the moment in Newcastle. It's been slightly overcast. There was a little bit of rain this morning. It managed to blow over, so we're hoping it continues to do exactly that. And we have a nice dry day ahead of us. In the market for this 1,200 metre race and maiden plate, it's From the Peak, who's the $1.75 favourite in from $5. This 3-year-old filly has shown stacks of promise in the trials, and this is the first time we're seeing her on race day. She's by Alabama Express out of the Andes and has been nothing but outstanding in her 2 trials with 2 wins on the bounce. Both of them by at least half a length she's won them. So she's definitely capable of playing a leading role here. At $3.40 in the second line of betting is She Swings, who draws the rails. Tiamo Tanto, the only other runner in single-figure odds at $6. So horses are in the yard for the second event. Let's head over and join Gav Carmody and Nick Wallace.
Kirsten, thank you. So odds on, as you say, she's been trialling so well From the Peak, and she's the dominant favourite here. She swings $3.40. And Tiamo Tanto, the only other runner in single figures, is $6. Maiden Plate coming up over the 1,200 metres. We have a look at them, starting off with Flats, a $31 chance as a debutante. Chad Lever, who rode the first winner. The partner's this 4-year-old for Wendy Haynes.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen around $61 available about this fellow earlier today. I'm not sure why. His trials have been really good. He tried up at Warwick Farm on the 11th of February, finishing 6th there behind Ella Hazel. Was very strong through the line after having to wait for a little bit of a clear run. And then the latest trial, Hawkesbury, got back and really motored the last bit when finishing second behind Metal Magic. If there was to be a complete surprise, it may well be this debutante.
On to Dubai Darling, another one who is on debut. Filly by Pride of Dubai for Matt Smith and Karen McAvoy.
Yeah, I've got her in the mix too, this filly by Pride of Dubai. Her trials have been promising as well. Latest trial, she didn't get a lot of room to move when finishing second there at Rosehill behind Ivy Legend, but I really love the way she picked up and attacked the line the last little bit. That was a 900 metre trial, kicks off over the 1,200 metres, which I see as suitable.
But Claire Awesome is number 4. This is the stablemate, filly by Pirata for Matt Smith and Molly Fitzgerald.
I'm not sure she'd need to improve a hell of a lot to figure in the finish here today off her debut run at Scone, which saw her finish a narrow second there behind Every Heart, only beaten 3/4 of a length after riding up on top of the speed. Gets in quite light here. She'll be in it for a long way.
Let's look at this favourite, having a first start into 175 on track. From the Peak to John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Tyler Schiller.
Yeah, trials have been really good. She's just been able to stalk the speed and finish off in both of her trials. She's won both of them, edged out Dashing Rupert there last time at Randwick on the 24th of February. I really like the way she moves. She looks nice and relaxed in the yard. She's going to win plenty of races. She might be able to kick off with a win here.
Maybe Mowat is a debutante onto the 6, $21 chance in from 21 rather, in from 26 for Chris Waller and Tim Clark.
It's taken a little while to get to the races. Latest trial at Randwick on the 24th of February, only beat a couple of runners home behind From the Peak. Was beaten around 5.5 lengths. Gets the good draw here. Anything she does, she'll improve upon it.
She Swings as CAB number 8. Jason Collin from Barrier 1 rides for David Pfeiffer.
Obviously, looms as the main danger to the short price favourite here. I like the fact she's got some race experience. Debuted at Warwick Farm on the 27th of January, finishing second behind La Roja. It was a race where the back markets really did come into play, but I thought it was an eye-catching run. And it was a similar story at Newcastle here last time out over the 1,200 metres. She couldn't go early, but she got to the centre of the track and really let down, finishing second behind La Bella Bondi. Perhaps from the inside gate today, she might be able to just settle that little bit closer.
And Tiamo Tanto is the second of the Chris Waller runners, and the rider Zach Lloyd.
Had 3 runs when last in work and went for a break after finishing 7th here at Newcastle on the 1st of October behind a Firm Agreement. Was beaten around 8.5 lengths, pulled up with cardiac arrhythmia. The trials have been encouraging. The latest at Warwick Farm, that was on the 11th of February, finished third behind Ella Hazel, not beaten all that far. She looks ready to go.
Okay, favourite now goes into 165 on track from the peak. She swings solid enough, that 350 quote. Diamo Tanto has been easy. $5 earlier today, it's drifted to 8. Alzo's at a longer price. Eclair Awesome, $14 into 12. Dubai Darling is 14 into 13. Maybe Moat went 21 in from 26, but gets back to $26. And the outsider is Flats, who is at 41 as they head to the start. 5 minutes out, opening event today, taken out by Tokyo Queen, who won at start number 2, and she defeated the favourite Literature Tycoon. But carrying the Yulon colours here from the peak after 2 Randwick trial wins recently. Filly by Alabama Express, she has her first start today, and you would think, Mick, from that gate, and given what we saw in the trials, she'll go forward.
Yeah, you would think so. She does have a little bit of tactical speed, and she is going around a short price favourite here, so I'd imagine Connections would want to give her a good experience and give her plenty of clear air so she can show us what she's got from the peak. The trials have been very, very good, but she is having her first race start, and sometimes that can bring them undone under race pressure. So obviously different to trials, but she does look of a very promising type. I thought she swings would be hard to beat here. The second favourite, I like the fact she's had a couple of runs. She's got this pattern that's probably not ideal. She does get back in the ruck a little bit. From inside draw today, I don't think she'll be too far away. And you look at both of those runs that she's had so far, they've both been excellent. Finished at second at Warwick Farm on debut behind La Roja. She got a long way back, charged to the line, and then second last time out here at Newcastle behind La Bella Bondi. Was giving the leaders a big start turning for home, but got pretty close on the line. Stays at the 1,200 metres. I suppose you could make a case she might be looking for 1,400 metres now, but she's got plenty of upside. I've got She Swings on top over the favourite from the peak. This first starter, a filly by Alabama Express, won a Randwick trial on the 24th of February, defeating Dashing Rupert. Looked the part winning that trial, was very strong through the line. 3 Dubai Darling I thought was over the odds. The trials have been very good. Finished second to Ivy Legend, the latest Rose Hill trial, and was sneaking home nice. It was a real eye-catching effort. And 1 Flats, I just thought was the wrong price when markets first went up. I think it was around about a $60 chance. Trials have been really good. 5th in a Warwick Farm trial behind Ella Hazel. Really hit the line there, and again, was beaten for speed early in a Hawkesbury trial, but really motored the last little bit when second behind Metal Magic, Wendy Haynes and Chad Lever combined. Chad has ridden this fellow in both of his trials, and he's in good form after kicking home the first winner.
I think it was interesting in that first race, just watching them come around the home corner, rail out 2 metres, but they did look like the majority of them wanted to be off the fence coming into the home straight. Probably because his hand was forced, Jason Collett, to go back to the inside where you could see he didn't really want to be. But that was interesting, just watching them come around the corner. They tended to want to get away from that inside section.
Yeah, I guess you'd understand that more if we'd had a couple of races and, you could kind of get the feel that the inside section was off. But in the end, Tokyo Queen ended up back close to the inside. You had Literature Tycoon trying to punch up underneath her. Literature Tycoon travelled up into the race nicely, and you could see Jason Collett was trying to angle between horses, and the gap never presented. He had to duck back to the inside, and it's only gone under narrowly. It was just one of those split-second decisions jockeys are forced to make in the race, and Tokyo Queen's been able to bring up a win at her second start. She's got a nice future.
Okay, this favourite shortens again now into 150, so 2's on in the old with fixed odds. NOP-wise is 160. She swings as a result, or axiomatically, if you like, Mick, 340 out to 420. Diamo Tanto's been quite easy. 550 all the way out to 10, but it's all one-way traffic here, this market tells you.
Yeah, that's right. From the peak, I'm not surprised the money's really come late in the piece. What was that word you used?
Axiomatically.
I want to write that down. I'll get the spelling off you in a moment.
Out of thesaurus for breakfast and lunch. At the gates, race number 2 on the program. Race 5 today. We'll kick off the first leg of the quaddie. That's due to go at 20 minutes to 4 local time, and the feature, of course, is at 5 to 5. The Group 3 Newcastle Stakes, formerly the Newmarket, over the 1,400-metre trip. There's the favourite, just riderless behind the gates at the moment. From the peak, Tyler Schiller, just out of the saddle at the moment, and so try and encourage that girl up into the gates. Bit of specking here for a couple of them. In fact, the stablemates, Dubai Darling and Eclair Awesome, are both $14 into 11 on track.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I thought Dubai Darling trialled really well, and then you've got Eclair Awesome, who's already had a race start down there at Narra and wasn't beaten all that far. So I think both horses can perform well in the small field.
All right, so they're just working on this favourite, and they've got her up close to the gates. But has she gone in? No, she just backpedals momentarily first day at the races. We'll get forgive her for that. So on a soft 5, which has been remarkable given that it has rained virtually every day, at least some rain for the past 5 or 6 days. We went up a good 4, but we did get that shower between preview and race 1. So Chad Lever saying after the first race, it definitely the stings out of the track and it felt very good underfoot.
Yeah, I got the impression that Chad might have thought it was even a little bit more rain affected than a soft 5. He didn't say as much, but just the way he was saying they were sort of getting into it a little bit. I know at Gosford, where I live, it was absolutely teeming down when I left earlier today. So it's been quite fortunate that we've missed most of the rain, at least in the last sort of 6 to 7 hours here in Newcastle.
All right, there's flats going into line. Late mail numbers here, 8, 5, 3 and 1. It's all about From the Peak on debut. The John O'Shea and Tom Charlton as we head upstairs. Here's the second with Luke.
Was left to be loaded. Tiamo Tanto. Zach Lloyd riding for Chris Waller. Tiamo Tanto has been $4.60 to $10, so no love for her first up here. Tiamo Tanto on the drift. And we're just about ready. Dubai Darling about to move up. And the field. Nearly ready to go for race number 2. Favourite From the Peak is drawn toward the outside in the Yulong colours. Ready now. Red light is turned on. We're set for action. Off and racing now, and From the Peak began beautifully. Favourite was the first out, and Hunts forward, showing a little bit of speed was Flats. Handy on the rails there was She Swings, and sailing forward Flats from out wide. But the favourite From the Peak is going to run to the front now and controls the race by half a length. Going to second to Claire Awesome, being followed by She Swings, maybe Mowat between runners, and Flats scored 3 wide. Back behind those, Tiamo Tanto, and Dubai Darling is last. Running down the side, that's the heavily backed favourite From the Peak. From the Peak leads here, 600 metres to go. Half a length in front of her, Claire Awesome. Back behind them was She Swings, then maybe Mowat. Followed by on the outside Flats, Tiamo Tanto trying to come through between horses. Early in the straight now, From the Peak about to be called upon. Schiller riding hands and heels for the moment. In second was a Claire Awesome, maybe Mowat running a bit of a race the outside, then She Swings. From the Peak, a little green in front, a length and a half, maybe Mowat, who sticks with it. It's From the Peak. Maybe Mowat's getting close here. 50 to go. From the Peak is joined by Maybe Mowat. Maybe Mowat's gone to From the Peak, and Maybe Mowat's too good. Maybe Mowat wins from a photo. From the Peak, and on the outside, Dubai Darling. Then She Swings, Tiamo Tanto. No love for its backers. And towards the end was a Claire Awesome. Flat.
One of the outsiders in a relatively small field will spoil the party for favourite backers here. She got to the flanks of From the Peak. Did she Swings, and then of course maybe Mowat chimed in out wide. No money for her on track at the $31. But she wins on debut. Filly by Yes for Chris Waller and Timmy Clark, driving her past From the Peak. Claire Awesome, who was spec'd at a price, has got up to run third, and fourth will go the way of She Swings, but maybe Mowat, too good, at a decent price.
Yeah, exactly right. Maybe Mowat done a tremendous
6538.
job. And we're looking at the betting, and there was no real movement whatsoever for this filly. As you say, nicely by Yes. Actually finished 7th of 8 behind the favourite From the Peak in a recent trial, and has been able to turn the tables here. From the Peak, you could see was travelling okay. The only concern was you could see that maybe Moa was travelling a touch the better. As for the other favourite, She Swings was able to settle closer to the speed today, but just didn't finish off. All honours with the long price winner getting the cash for Chris Waller.
Gets in by a length with a half head between.
So we'll take a look at what happened. We had that 6 was good for EW, but it actually won the race, beating 4 and 8. 5 came in second. So that 3 also got in. The thing is, I don't know how they're playing yet. The 6 was good for a EW. How did it win? Is a, I mean, over 8 and 4. 8 stopped running. 8 from the gates. It just did not run. The jockey was restraining the horse. If you go and play back the race, you will see that the 8 just did not, get into racing. It was running, it was not racing, that 8. The 6 was an EW. 5 was the favorite. 6 was not even there within the odds. We identified that because of the placings, but that's an EW place. Winning is difficult, especially when you have these types of horses in here. But that actually won. Be careful. We are dealing with a very, very difficult day at a very, very dicey track. These people are going to take the advantage today, and please be wise in what you're doing. We'll go to the next. One, 8, 10. 4, 3, 5, and 6.
Little bit to learn. So there's a little bit of upside there. So it's obviously a good way to start her career, though.
Yeah, when you asked her to go, she just kept responding, didn't she?
Yeah, and good to have she had a bunny out there in front of the chase as well, and just kept her focus and switched on. So, no, nice way to start her career.
Great job.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. There's Timmy Clark taking out the second event. 6, 5, 3, 8. The numbers there. Bit of a rough result. My favourite punters, to say the least, on race 2. We'll be back. The third is due to go local time at 25 after 2.
A great win by Maybe Moet at $26. Huge odds there. Well done if you did find that one. $9 the place. Held off from the peak, $1.30. Dubai Darling, no third dividends. She swings in the fourth. 6, 5, 3, 8. Your numbers to wrap up the second at Newcastle. We're going to take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side of the break, we're off to Dubbo.
All right, this is what I have. So we know the odds 4, 3, 5, and 6. If we look through the rails, that's 4, 3, 5, and 6. All right. 4 is the one that is going through the rails. Then it is 5, then it is 3, then it is 6. All within the odds. That's there. But the thing is, out of 4 is definitely in a. Well, 4 is supposed to be the favorite. 4 is good. It's in good hands. It's got all the right numbers, and it is probably the best fit in this entire thing. But the one which is not there within the odds is this number 2. If we look at the drift, this is a bigger drift. The advantage is very high on this horse. This horse has been tested at this ground, probably not at this distance. The only problem is this has got 35 races and the score is not impressive. But today, that 6-year-old mare has a good jockey with the right advantages. Now, that's gate number 5. All right, this is gate number 6. This is gate number 5. The other horse, which is probably is I mean, a 2300 meter, a 5-year-old mares are very good at this distance, and it's within the rails. It is in very good hands. That's there. It's got advantage. It's got everything going on. Now, you know, the thing is, the 3 has got 1 league race, but it did not do anything. Got 29 races. So the 4 is rightfully the favorite. That is supposed to be the favorite in this one. It's a benchmark 64, and that thing is rightfully is supposed to be the favorite. 2 has chances of getting in. If we look at the drift, it is a higher drift. The advantage is more. 5 and 9. 9 has a lot of advantage. It is also a 4-year-old gelding. But that's a team that I don't know what to comment on that team. So I like the 5, I like the 4, I like the 2. But I'm still going to be out of this one as well, and we will see. This is going to be the race that will probably give us a clarity on how they're playing today. Honestly speaking, that 4 should win. If that 4 loses for any reason, they are also a dysfunctional team. They're probably one of the highest dysfunctional team that's there. But let's say if the 4 doesn't win, the 4 should win, whether it's a dysfunctional team or whatever, with the score and whatever it is, it should win. It is either this one which wins or 5 wins. Out of these 2, one has to win. If that doesn't happen, then we'll have to decide what do we want to do. The other one, that the 6 has a very good jockey, but this is not a jockey race. This is a 2300 meter. The advantage is with 5. It's a 5-year-old mare. They always do very well on 2300, 2200 meters. The 4 has the advantage from all angles to win this. And the 2 is the other one which is there. But winning chances, it is between 4 and 5, honestly. It is between 4 and 5. So we'll take a look, and if that happens, it is probably okay from the next race to get into. But I'm still going to be out of this one. We will see if 4 or 5 wins. That is how it should work. If it doesn't, then we are in a very wrong place at a very wrong day.
Up on the speed, he was good winning at Tamworth last time out, off the back of a couple of good runs there at Scone and Musselbrook prior. Magnace in the $2.30 favourite, no knock on him. He was good last week, winning there over the 1600 metres, and he'd run well at a highway at the 1800 prior to that. He does have to get the 2200 for the first time, but I've got no reason to think that he won't. And I've put 5 in for 4th, Shadow Shot. He's just consistent, doesn't know how to run a bad race. So He goes in there for fourth. They've started the loading process over there. $2.30 now for this favourite Magnace, $4 for Hamoon Thunder, $5 now for Dioro Choice, $6 Shadow Shot, $10 and better for the rest. Looks like there's 4 or 5 in the gates, and we'll head up to the callers box. Here's Colin.
She led them up, and he likes to get out rolling along in front. He ran second behind Devil Ride, a promising young galloper. So, from the inside, you would imagine maybe Yak will lead these. McCullough Warrior goes in. Here comes Weave That Web, Magnace, Shadow Shot, Dioro Choice, Solmaher gets in, and Big Me moves up on the outside. They're almost set to go here. Starting in the home straight here. About to go here, stand by. Thanks, Kevin, on National Racing 7. We've got Sky with us today for this good card of racing at Tubbo. They're off and racing. Yak inside gate, he'll probably try to lead. Beg Me, Hamoon Summer are trying to come across from very wide. McCullough Warrior was up handy early, and Weave That Web is about 3 off the fence. Magnace is now getting back, followed by Solmaher, and Shadow Shot is last as they come past the winning post the first time. And McCullough Warrior leads out. Over on the outside there was Weave That Web as they went into the turn after the winning post. Yak was third on the fence, and Hamoon Summer. Getting in a nice spot, fifth there, Dioro Choice, Magnace the outside, 2 lengths Beg Me, then Solmaher. And Shadow Shot is last. To the back they go, and McCullough Warrior out by a length and a half. Weave That Web edging a bit closer on the outside. Yak's over on the rail in third place, 2.5 back. Then came Hamoon Summer, Dioro Choice, Magnace, with Solmaher getting through on the inside a bit. Then comes Beg Me, and Shadow Shot is last. They're about midway through the trip here, and McCullough Warrior, which won at huge odds a couple of starts back, it's out by a length and a half. Weave That Web, and getting through there was Yak on the inside. 2.5 back then came Dioro Choice. Let's have a look for Magnace. It's well back on the outside there of Solmaher. Hamoon Summer's up in front of them, followed by Beg Me, and Shadow Shot still last as McCullough Warrior brings them off the back at the 800 metre mark. Weave That Web had gone up pretty quickly. Followed 2.5 lengths back by Dioro Choice. Yak being hard ridden on the fence, but he keeps plugging away. Hamoon Summer next. Then comes Magnace, Solmaher, Beg Me, and last was Shadow Shot packing up as they race towards the 500. And McCullough Warrior just a leader over Weave That Web. Coming around them, Dioro Choice putting it a run. Magnace is in behind it. In and Hamoon Summer just touched as they came down halfway down the straight. Dioro Choice, Magnace is coming at it quickly. Then Hamoon Summer, Magnace, Dioro Choice not giving in without a fight. It's Magnace in front. Dioro Choice fights back well. Solmaher's getting home well along the rails. Magnace in front. Shadow Shot's coming from last, but Magnace too good for them. Magnace beat Dioro Choice. Shadow Shot third. Poor Yak might have poked through and got fourth, but it's close there with a Hamoon Summer and Solmaher over in the fence. Beg Me just behind them. And then came Weave That Web and McCullough Warrior together at the tail. 2 wins in succession for Magnace. Sienna Grimer riding here, $2.50, $1.20. You should pay New South Wales tab betting for Dioro Choice, $1.40.
All right, Magnace given a beautiful run in transit there by Sienna Grimer. Just had the better turn of foot at the top of the straight. Makes it 2 on the bounce, 2 wins in the space of the week for Michael Mulholland. Beats Dioro Choice, who also had a gun run, but everywhere Clayton Gallagher went, Sienna Grimer followed, and when Clayton presented at the top of the straight, Sienna was right on his back, and that turn of foot just was in the favour of Magnace. The 5, Shadow Shot, has run on well from back in the field to finish third, and Old Yak was gone on the turn, battles away and runs 4th. So 1, 4, 5 and 6 the numbers. I know Mick Mulholland's here, but sometimes he can be a little bit shy. So we'll get Mel Mulholland to come over and have a chat with us. Mick's hiding somewhere, as he does sometimes. That was a good win, though. He was obviously on the quick back up, and he was getting out to the 2200 for the first time, but Sienna gave him an absolute peach.
Yeah, we thought we'd just take that little bit of weight off him over the 2200. And look, she's been riding Tabernacia really well. Shay was meant to ride, but she couldn't come down from the slack lines, unfortunately. So I think it might be Shay. But yeah, rode a treat.
Mick was just up there on the balcony sledging us. He knew that he'd got us. He's a really progressive horse, this bloke, isn't he? He's lightly raced, and you know that he's effective really anywhere from 1,600 up.
Yeah, look, as you've seen at Orange, he's very tidy out of those gates. And Serge, and he should have won the table. He's very, very unlucky, but he racked up some kilometres down there, and we thought with going further forward that, yeah, he can get the stiff distance, yeah.
He's obviously, checked that staying box today. Any plans with him going forward?
Who knows what Mick does? I can't guess his work. He keeps me in the loop. But yeah, so see what happens.
Well, just quickly, I thought that horse in the first race, Vicious Rumour, ran well. Obviously, first up, didn't have a trial leading into it. You got a bit to work with it.
Got a bit to work with there. We thought the fitness was going to be an issue. So we thought that, but look, it was a big improvement from what she'd done in the track work and the track gallop. So looking forward, looks a good horse.
Stable flying, well done.
Thank you.
There she is, Melissa Mulholland, and Magnace gets the job done. 1, 4, 5, and 6. 2 lengths by 3/4. The margins, they run 2:18.98, and he's a pretty progressive type, Magnace Kirsten. He was unlucky in a highway 3 starts back now, and he's gone on and won both starts since. So don't be surprised if the right race pops up in town over a trip, that Mick Mulholland might hit the road and head down, and you might see this horse at the provincials or back in the city.
That's the case. A great effort there from Magnace, $2.50, $1.20. De Oro Choice, Brave in Defeat, $1.40. Shadow Shot at $1.70. A Yak in the 4th. 1, 4, 5, and 6, and it sounds like there's a bright future ahead for Magnace, who took out the second there at Dubbo. Speaking of the we're speaking of the third at Newcastle. Newcastle race at 3s over 2,300 metres, and it's Presley who's the $2.50 favourite, in from $4.60. Pushed right in the market. Nyota is at $3.40. Zazette, very popular, $6 to $4.40, $8.50 or more the rest. So multiple runners we can make a case for. Let's have a look at the yard for the third.
Okay, Kirsten, the third event this afternoon here for Newcastle. Benchmark 64 coming up with the stayers to serve the 2,300 metres. Presley favourite on track at 250. Mick, we are looking at the Port Macquarie visitor, Wanna Win-Win for John Sprague and Aaron Bullock.
Yeah, she's had the 35 starts for 6 wins and 7 minor placings, and hit a real purple patch of form last preparation, stringing 4 wins together. She is building towards something. I thought she was okay there at Port Macquarie last time out when finishing 5th behind your Kiriani, beaten 3.5 lengths. I think she'll really benefit getting out to the 2,300 metres today, and she loves a wet track.
Neota's the last winner and defeated Zazette, may square off again. But here's Neota for Brad Widup and Zach Quaddick.
Well, she's in really good form at the moment, and the good thing about her is she makes her own luck up on top of the speed. Was runner up at Kembla 2 back when second behind Investment, and then just ran her rivals ragged at Wyong last start, defeating Zazette. She'll be looking to do something similar again here.
On to Presley we go. Here is the favourite for Annabelle Nisha, Rob Archibald and Chad Schofield.
Resumed at Canberra on the 7th of February and looked very unlucky there behind Bravissima. She got up behind the leaders turning for home, or he did rather, and you could see he was full of running, just had nowhere to go. So went to the line under a hold after that, went to Canterbury, finished 4th behind City Limits. I think it's fair to say he probably had his chance that day over the 1,900 metres. This is his 3rd run back, gets to 2,300 metres. He's one of the main hopes.
Now we move to Zazette. Here's number 5 for Les Bridge and Braith Knock.
I really like her. She was tremendous winning at Newcastle here, 2 back over the 1,880 metres. She was a long way off them, was clear last turning for home, and unleashed a powerful burst to beat Vesuvius. Last time out at Wyong, she just gave them too big a head start, but again, she savaged the line, went second behind Nyota. Back to Newcastle today, looks great. And I like the fact she's getting out to the 2,300.
Now the 6 Jack of Aces, an $8.50 chance. Matt Smith here combining with Molly Fitzgerald.
Was good at Scone 2 back, defeating Lady Tino there in a benchmark 66 over the 2,200 metres. And then last time out, never gave a yelp at Wyong behind Nyota, beaten a long way. Not sure what the story was there with him. His form is a little bit mixed, but if he can produce his best form, he'd be a top 3 chance.
Number 7 Cosmos Factory, Kerry Parker, Jeff Penza.
I've got him in the numbers. I thought it was a gutsy win at the Sapphire Coast 2 back, defeating Hot Lips Houlihan, and then last time out at Queanbeyan over the 2,000 metres got back and was doing his best work late, finishing 4th there behind Great Week, only beaten 3.5 lengths. I thought it was a run of a horse looking for 2,300.
And Monty de Snow is the last of them for Jack Pilkington rather and Louise Day.
Well, you'd think he'd be open to improvement off his first up run at Canterbury, which saw him finish last behind City Limits, albeit only 5 lengths from the winner. That was his first run in quite some time. I think from the inside gate today, I imagine he'll just be tucked away and he'll improve today, but whether it's enough to win, I'm not so sure.
So Presley favourite here as the riders moving over to be legged up for the third event on the program. So Presley 250 favourite, Neota's second elect, and then Zazette, Jack of Aces and Wanna Win Win, who is third run back into the preparation. A mare by Wandjina rather, down from Port Macquarie for John Sprague and Aaron Bullock. We're about to talk the favourite though, Presley, who today lines up at start number 9. Great to see our mate Ryan Roberts on track today with Presley. Ryan, good to see you, mate. And this fella up to his right trick, third run back. He looks good.
Yeah, he does. He was very unlucky first time out at Canberra. Then the other day up to the 1900 at Canterbury. Probably not really his ideal track. So today on the bigger track and up to the 2300, we think he'll be very competitive.
Soft track's no problem for him.
No, I don't think so at all.
He'll settle just behind them. Is that typically what he likes to do?
Yeah, Annabelle wants him, Chad, to roll forward. Obviously, the horse of Brad Widdups will probably go to the front, so we probably won't be too far off that.
He's a nice horse going forward, isn't he? Lightly raced, but he's showing some promise.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always shown a bit. He's just a big stay, so he's taken a bit of time to grow into himself. But I think this probably could win a few races.
The Annabelle and Rob going well, but the Jelf stable going well too, Ryan.
Yeah, well, hopefully. There's a few more that we've got to sell, so if anyone's interested, yeah, we've got shares available.
Race with Lizzie.
That's it.
Good on you, mate. Good luck.
Thanks.
Great to see Ms. Ryan Roberts there with Presley as they head to the start. So he won't be too far off them. Soft track, no problem. Third run into the prep down in grade on the bigger track. He ticks a few boxes here, Mick.
Yeah, that's for sure and certain. I've gone 5, 4, 7 and 3. I'm just putting one ahead of Presley and Zazette. I just remember that win here at Newcastle of 1,880 metres, got back to last and just went whoosh up the centre of the track.
Went whoosh, did it?
That's what happened, went whoosh. And then last time out at Wyong, was up to the 2,100 metres, got back, and it is a little bit more tricky to try and come from the tail of the field at Wyong. It's a shorter straight, tighter turning track. Back to Newcastle today, up to 2,300 metres. Has had a little tick over trial in between that placing last time out and today's race. I just think she'll be very hard to beat. Small field. Hopefully they run along at an even enough tempo so that she can get into the action late. Presley, awfully unlucky there, went forward behind Bravissima at Canberra over the mile. That was first up in a benchmark 65. I thought he probably had his chance at Canterbury last start, went forward behind City Limits, was behind the leaders, got to the centre of the track. Looked like he was going to be in the finish, and a couple ran past him late. Gets out to 2,300 metres. You get the feeling there's a sense of timing that he's ready to peak. But I just would have liked to have seen him find the line just a touch better last time out. 7 Cosmos Factory was our winner at the Sapphire Coast, 2 back, and then was doing his best work later. Queen BM went forward behind. Great week over the 2,000, gets out to 2,300 today. And 3 Nyota. We haven't seen them changing position a hell of a lot in the first couple of races. Those on-speed horses may have had a slight advantage. So if she can get into a good rhythm out in front and building confidence, she might be very hard to run past. 5, 4, 7 and 3.
Okay, 5, 4, 7 and 3 late bail numbers here. So Presley very solid 260. Now Money Neota 350 into 310. Zazette 460 into 440, 460 back to 440. They're the top 3. And then out the double figure brigade headed up by Jack of Aces, 850 up to $12. Cosmos Factory at 13, he's in a point, want a win-win. He's sent out the 12, and Monty de Snow 26 into 21. In terms of the previous race, on a big odds, maybe Moet, one of the roughies, first started for Chris Waller and Timmy Clark. Outgunned the favourite there and from the peak, and the first was won by Tokyo Queen, downing the even money favourite as we arrive at the third. So track started good 4, he went to a soft 5. And then, as Shadley just said after the first race, his opinion was it was on the worst side of that, and they've downgraded it now to a soft 6.
Yeah, and that's no real surprise. We haven't had any extra rain really since that first downgrade to a soft 5, but they are getting into the track a little bit. There has been a lot of rainfall here over the course of the last week, and perhaps initially they thought it was a little bit firmer, but they've been quick to react. And just looking at the races and the times and the way they're getting into the track a little bit, it did appear visually as it might have been a little bit worse than a good 4, maybe a 5, now a 6. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah, visually and aesthetically, it did appear as though that was the case, Mick, as they're about to come up for race number 3. Favourite just goes, got out to 280, just back into 270 goes Presley. So Neota best tried to beat him into 310, and Zazette, they're kept very, very safe. So 5, 4, 7 and 3 late mile numbers here. Over the 2300, this is race 3. First one being locked and loaded. The others to follow suit as we head upstairs. Here's Luke.
After the previous, they returned a time of 1:13.03 or 06 from memory for 1200 in the previous. So it's maybe a little bit soft out there, and also windy today as well, which would be affecting the times. But nonetheless, we move on to race number 3, and Nyota at $3, $4 is that. 3 runners at a single figure price, the others 13 or longer. Presley about to come forward, your favourite. Cosmo's Factory to join them as well. Presley just turning side on and pulling back against the attendants. He gets out to 2300 here. He's just a little reluctant to load. He's worked out that if he goes sideways, he's a pretty good chance of avoiding the barriers at the moment. Now the clerk of the course is over there, and Chad Schofield dismounts from Presley. He's going to come in riderless. Chad waiting for his mount in the barriers. And Presley now goes up. So Chad will get back on, and Cosmo's Factory will walk in. And we're now set. Race number 3. Stayers are ready. Red light on. They're racing. Zazette slow into stride. Presley away fairly. Bouncing well was Nyota. The inside, Monty to Snow. Presley improving, followed by Jack of Aces looking to get into a position. Zazette's keen on the inside, getting tightened up a little bit. Behind those was Wanna Win, and last was Cosmo's Factory. At the winning post, and Nyota has the ears pricked and is rolling nicely in front. A length and a half, I should say, on Monty to Snow in second place. Then Presley, followed by Jack of Aces, the rails. A length and a half, Zazette still pulling on the inside of Wanna Win. And last was Cosmo's Factory. Nyota is rolling into the back straight at the mile marker. Shows the way by 2.5. It's Nyota leading. Presley makes a move here. He starts to slide forward. He rolls around the outside. He got around Monty to Snow and is now parked in second. Fourth was Jack of Aces. 2 lengths Wanna Win. Then Zazette on the inside. And Cosmo's Factory is last of all. So Nyota, as she did last start, she sets a nice tempo here. It's Nyota, a length and a half on Presley. He's parked in second now at the 1200 metres, followed by Monty to Snow. Then Jack of Aces. The field strung out fairly well here. A further 2.5 lengths in the field. Wanna Win. Zazette on the inside, just awkwardly placed at the moment. And Cosmo's Factory to its outside. Favourites are 1-2, turning off the back straight now. They go past the 1,000. Nyota leads by 2 on Presley. Monty to Snow a clear third. Then Jack of Aces fourth, followed by Cosmo's Factory getting going. It's on the improved past Wanna Win, and Zazette is last of all. Coming down the side of the track, they've got 500 metres to go. Nyota still led for Waddick. 1.5 Presley, not called upon yet. Schofield holding him together in second. Monty to Snow, hard ridden the outside. Jack of Aces off the bid, so's Cosmo's Factory. Making hard work of it, Wanna Win, and Zazette is last. Nyota led into the straight. Trying to give chase was Presley the outside. He's starting to zero in. And shortly afterwards, Presley's bounded up to Nyota, and he's shot to the lead now. Inside the 275, Presley goes for home. He boots a length in front of Nyota. Don't think she can match him. Jack of Aces grinding home the inside, but Presley clear. 100 metres to go. I think he might have them done here. It's Presley 2 or 3 in front. Yes, he's home. Presley coming down to win. Well, from Jack of Aces getting into second. Nyota third, Photo fourth. Cosmo's Factory, Monty to Snow, then Wanna Win, and Zazette's run last.
It all panned out perfectly for him today, Presley, as he sat in the slipstream rather of Neota. And then once he got to Neota, we were looking for back markers, and they weren't coming into it. In the end, he's bounded away, the big chestnut son of Lope de Vega, to bring up his second win at start 9. Brandon Belnisham, Rob Archibald and Chad Schofield. Jack of Aces will get second. Neota battled on into third spot, and 7 winds up in fourth, Cosmos Factory. But once he hit the front at the top of the straight, despite the fact it's a long straight here at Newcastle, he was going to take a lot to run him down, and they could not.
Yeah, that's right. It worked out perfectly for him, didn't it? He was able to tag Neota coming to the home corner, and even though they were strung out over a fair bit of territory, it always looked as if those horses up near the front were going to be the ones that would figure in the finish. Neota's got a little bit tired at the last bit, but Presley, third run back from a spell, relish getting out to the 2,300 metres, and I think it's fair to say the best stayer won in the end. He was very unlucky at Canberra first up, a nice conditioning run over 1,900 metres there at Canterbury last time out, and has just found himself in the right race here today. Punters have kept him very safe in the betting, and he's gone on for a strong victory. Of those that were chasing, I thought it was a good performance there from the 6 Jack of Aces, just starting to warm up when the race was all over, getting home into second spot, and Neota did what Neota does, got out in front and gave herself every chance and just couldn't finish off today out over the longer trip. But all honours with the favourite, Presley. Nice ride from Chad Schofield.
In the end, he's got in by 2 1/4 lengths with 2 1/2 between second and third. So 2 1/4 by 2 1/2 the margins. The overall time of 2:28 neat. Last 600 metres in 37.58 the last 600 metres. Ryan Roberts is here, and Presley, that was a pretty easy watch.
Yeah, it worked out exactly as Annabelle and Chad had discussed earlier this morning.
Right, this is what happened. So 4 was good to go from the gates, from the rails. 4 did get it. 6 was in very good hands, but 5 was also in very good hands. But it looks like 6 got through. 3 is the other one which got through because it had a league race, and the 9 with the advantage. So the numbers are slightly different between 5 and 9. But that's how it looks like. But I mean, the win is logical. The win should have been the win. If that wasn't the win, then it is absolutely bogus. But that's what it played like. Anyway. 4637. Thank you, John. 4637. 7. Four, 6, 3, 7. Honestly, I have no confidence in this track. Go to the next. 11 has been scratched. 2571.
I think over this distance, Mark, he's a horse on the up.
Just at this very moment, you are the favourite nephew in the family.
Oh, that's good to know.
Good on you. Mate, there he is, favourite nephew. All right, that is race number 3, 4637. Race number 4 is up next, and we'll see you back here, Kirsten. 4th race coming up at 5 after 3.
Thanks, Gab. Presley was fantastic there in the third at Newcastle. $2.70, $1.70. Jack of Aces, $5.90. No to no third dividends. Cosmos Factory in the fourth spot. 4, 6, 3 and 7. A great win by Presley there for jockey Chad Schofield in the third. We'll take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, we're off to Dubbo.
All right, this is what I have. Okay, this is the fourth race here. This is a mixed sex Colton filly. There's one gelding, 3 fillies, but it is a colt heavy. So chances are the fillies may not get the right opportunity here. Now, so that 2 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, that 2 is 4th out of the rails, and it's got one of the best jockeys that's there. 1 is a jockey mismatch. All right, this jockey is not supposed to ride this horse. I don't know if that will work. It is the first one through the rails, but it's the drift. It probably is in a position to get a spot, but winning is difficult because it's a jockey mismatch. The jockey is probably a claimer jockey. This jockey is probably a claimer jockey. There's a jockey mismatch on this horse, so that is dicey. The 8 is a filly which is running neutral. I don't know whether that'll work. But here is the other one, which is this number 4. It's in very good hands. It is in very good hands, and 2 is the favorite. So when we look at the handicapping, if that actually is if that actually works, so that's a BB, and that is with advantage. But it has one race. It has never been. It hasn't done anything. The one actually has done something, out of these colts is number 1, but that's a jockey mismatch. The 8 is a filly which may not get the right opportunity. That's the 8, which is also going to be running neutral. So that 4 is a good one that is there. The 2 is the favorite. There is nothing more to talk about. 2 is in good hands. The right stuff going on. It's a jockey and a horse match. It's a jockey and a horse match. But then again, this thing has never been into, I mean, it did not get through any races. The best maiden is definitely 4. The best maiden is definitely 4. And then we have this gilding, which is from gate number 11. It's with similar advantage, and if we look at the jockey stuff going on, then it is the jockey, which is there, which is a good one. I mean, it's not the best, but yes, it is with the advantage. That's hand in hand. 2 is hand in hand. 1 is not. So 2 probably is the right favorite. 2 is probably the right favorite, but is the 4th one. The 4 comes on top, which is in very good hands. They're very seasoned, these people are. About 1 and 8. 8 is a filly. God knows whether it'll get into. It's a colt heavy track, so I'm not sure if that thing will get into. But it is also running neutral. So neutral horses, they have difficulties. It really needs a very seasoned jockey to get through with a neutral horse. Plus it is a mixed sex. That's a filly. 1 is definitely a mismatch. It is a mismatch. So when I say mismatch, now the jockey and the horse, they need to be in tandem. So if it works both ways. So the horses, they are assigned, they are handicapped by assigning weights. The jockeys are also assigned horses with specific weights, and if that jockey is not capable of handling that weight, then they get a claimer. So this is that situation here. Now it's a mismatch. That horse is a good one, but the jockey is a difficult one. Now that brings in 4. 4 probably is a threat, and that gilding from gate number 11, they are all tailing. So I am out. It's a mixed sex. Plus there is no clarity. The 2 is in good hands, but it is something that I'd like to watch, because I am not finding it, honestly speaking, I do not have the confidence to go with what they are doing today here. We do race in various tracks, and we have a little clarity when things are not in the right space. This is not at the right space today. So I'm not going to risk anything here, and I'm going to stay out of this. Anything dicey, I'm going to stay out. This one is a mixed sex. Probably that 2 is in good hands. That's a good thing. It's the 4th one out of the rails. The first one is a jockey mismatch. The second one is a filly. The third one is a threat. The third one is a threat, which is number 4. So the only chances that can happen is that, these two. And that gildings are always good. That gilding is, in a mixed sex, gildings are the best opportunities. So that gilding is there with the advantage. It's not in a winning position. I don't think it's in a winning position, but it is very much there. It is not within the rails, but it is there. If it actually runs, I don't know whether it will run, but that definitely is in a very good position. That gilding is. So that's what my take. I am out.
At a jockey at the moment. See, who is it? Andrew Banks, just there walking around behind the gates there with that pink cap. So they're just working on Miramar to try and get her into the stalls. Rock Edition's just gone in there now, so they'll do their best to get these remaining runners in and get race number 3 run and won. We are behind start time now, so still $1.55 for this favourite. My numbers again, 3, 2, 7 and 4. Good luck with your investments. Head up to Cole for his ball.
5. Quick Sharp. It's now back out to $1.60. Number 2's at $5.50. Nimble Star, which led all the way here. And it's only started in a race. Well, it had 2 starts, but the first started bucked the jockey off. Number 7's at $8.50 here, Vandalite. And we've got a couple there at $10. Numbers 1, Rocket Edition, and number 4. Right, Flight or Fright's undergoing a veterinary examination behind the barriers. Flight or Fright undergoing a veterinary examination behind the barrier stalls here. Races 1 so far today. We had Miss Clamorosa, ridden by Michael Hegney for Brett Robb, coming from a fair way back. Ex-Victorian, first up for Brett Robb. Came back in distance today and finished over the top of them to win. And then Magnate's made 2 wins in succession, trained by Michael Mulholland here at Dubbo, and had Sienna Grime, a very good apprentice, on board. And it was back about 3rd or 4th last in February 10 or 11, and it finished very strongly in the straight to win well. Righto, so Flight or Fight has been passed as fit to start, so it'll go in. And that'll leave, She's a Bad Girl from the Damien Lane stable down at Wyong to take up its gate. Tropicano's Tube, it showed a lot of pace in its first 3 races last campaign, or its opening campaign. The run was too bad to be true at Gilgandra. It was way at the back all the way, so you would imagine there's could turn that around. Now the red light comes on, and they're about to go here, stand by. They're racing. Nimble Star began very quickly. Quick Sharp and Vandalite in the first 3. Miramar was next, followed then. Getting in behind them was Tropicano's Cube. And there's something going on here. She's a Bad Girl. There's a couple have come out a long way behind them, lots of Fadis and Flight or Fight. And they're actually starting, they're all restraining their horses here. And we'll just wait for official confirmation from the stewards, but they'll all be restrained and pulled up. Nothing's bolted, but they'll all be pulled up, I imagine, before the home turn. So they've basically gone from the 1,000 metre chute to the 100. Yes? Yep. A false start, righto? Yep. Good, Shane. Right, it was a false start declared for race 3. All runners will return to the barriers. They will be inspected by the vet to see if they are fit to race, to compete. So please take note. A false start here at Dubbo. All runners to be returned to the barrier stalls and will be inspected by the vet to see to assess their suitability to take their place in the race. Wasn't any horses who got as far as the home turn. So the home turn here is around about 425 metres out, so out of 1,000 metres, so they haven't gone a real long way, and nothing was really galloping furiously, but anyway, the vet will sort all that out, and the stewards.
All right, yep, so it looks like the runners are going to head back to the start. The vet will have a look at them and ascertain which ones can go around, which ones can't. So we'll add that to the list of things that can happen on a race course this week, between bushfires and cyclones and false starts. We've had it all this week impacting racing, but hopefully, as Cole mentioned, those horses haven't gone all that far. Maybe they've gone a couple of 100 metres, and they were being pulled up, at different points. Some of the jockeys realised earlier that something had gone amiss with the start there. So you can see them trotting back around to the start, and hopefully the bulk of these runners will pass the vet and be able to go around. But what we might do is throw back to Kirsten there in the studio. Obviously hold all tickets, because some of these runners may be late scratchings, and you'll get your money back if that's the case, obviously, and others will be passed fit to run. So we'll pass it back to Kirsten in the studio, and any information we get as to these runners and a new start time for race number 3, we'll pass down the line.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, we can just add that to the list, can't we, of all the things that have been going on this week, and definitely wasn't on the bingo card, let's put it that way. But hold all tickets for Dubbo. It was a full start for the 3rd event. So as the vets have a look at those horses, we'll see which ones can reload and re-race the 3rd. What we might do is take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. We'll touch base with the team trackside, get some more information, and bring it to you after this.
So hopefully, here we go. So let's have a look. You're looking at the inside gate and you're looking at barrier 8. There goes one, there goes the other, and then the rest of them after that. So that's what was behind the false start here in race number 3. And now they're back behind the barriers here. The vet's casting an eye over the horses. And we will see who goes around and who doesn't. I did see the favourite Quick Sharp just a little bit fractious going back in. Rochelle Smalls up in the structure there, but it looks like most of these are going back into the gates. So hopefully, if the fact that they can go all that far, that will mean that the entire field will be reloaded here and go again. So we do have a bit over a minute there flashing on the green timer. So hopefully we can get them going as soon as possible. $1.70 now for this favourite, back out to $1.70. Did get in as well as $1.45. Quick Sharp, Nimble Star being kept safe at $4.80. Vanderlight's being supported in the last couple of minutes after that start. $8. Looks like Trevor Woodham, the starter's heading back over to his starting point, so we might be able to go with take 2 of race 3.
That's on. Set to go here. Racing, and Nimble Star once again got away well. Miranmar was showing brilliant early pace, and Quick Sharp and Vanderlight were up very handy as they got into stride. Rocket Edition settles down centre field, followed by Flight or Fight, Tropicano's Cube, and Lots of Fadis was last. Miranmar, a narrow leader over Vanderlight. She's a bad girl. Going round the outside, Nimble Star, followed then by Rocket Edition, Flight or Fight, Tropicano's Cube. Quick Sharp has lost ground dramatically, and Lots of Fadis is last. Miranmar tackled now by Vanderlight. She's a bad girl. Rocket Edition is coming home fairly well, and further back out wide there, Nimble Star. Miranmar, she's a bad girl. Nimble Star starts to get home fairly well. Miranmar in front, she's a bad girl. On the outside, Nimble Star starting to pick them up now. Nimble Star racing to the lead, and Nimble Star has won from Miranmar. She's a bad girl, and out wide flashing home was Tropicano's Cube. Quick Sharp lost all chance soon after the start. It dropped back quite remarkably. Miranmar, Vanderlight, Flight or Fight. Then came...
All right, Nimble Star makes it win 2 at start 3 for Brett Robb. Mick Hegney, they've got an early double. Miramar's given some cheek up on the speed there, paid $6.60 the place. She's a bad girl, finishes third. And Tropicana's Cube from back in the field finishes fourth. The favourite Nimble Star, Quick Sharp, something didn't look right through the middle stages of the race, dropped back through the field sharply, and then watch over the concluding stages there. She really started to work through the gears nicely. So didn't go right today for Quick Sharp, but I wouldn't be dropping off. But all honours with Nimble Star. 2, 9, 4 and 5 will be the numbers. Back to you in the studio, Kirsten. We're going to have a Bex and a lie down here.
Well deserved, if you ask me, Ben. Thank you very much. A good race in the end, the third. We'll put those dividends up on your screen. Before we head to the fourth at Newcastle, we're dashing off there for a race over the 1,300 metres. It's for the 2-year-olds at the Paul Perry. Matthias is the $3.90 favourite. Let's join the team trackside.
Race number 4 on the program here. This is the Paul Perry, a 2-year-old race at the 1,300 metres. And a wide open betting affair. Equal favourites on track, Napoleonic and Matthias rather. Let's start with number 1 here. This is Crown the King here, Mick. Third run into the prep. Regan Bayless riding for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Yeah, he's a nice style of a horse. I thought he was okay at Randwick, went 8th behind Rivellino after covering a bit of extra ground, and simply just went too quick in front of Canterbury last start when finishing 4th behind a State Visit. Really charged along in the lead, and to his credit, he boxed on well, only beaten the length and 3/4. And if he can just sort of harness that speed a little bit today, I think he'll be right in the thick of things.
We go to Matthias. Here's number 2. We're having start 2 for Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio and Nashra Willer.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a rap on him, this fellow. I thought he trialled really well, winning at Rosehill Trial on the 3rd of February. Stepped out for his first start in a race. He covered a little bit of extra ground. He did look all at sea, but still managed to pick up and find the line, finishing 5th behind State Visit. I think he'll be better for the outing.
Now we go to Proffer, carrying the famous New Haven Park colours. This is number 3 for Gary Portelli and Jason Collett.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he can produce here today. He's currently at a very big price He's got the blinkers on for his first start in a race. His latest trial there at Hawkesbury finished 5th behind Gailage, only beaten 2 3/4 lengths. We'll just have a watch of him from the outside draw.
Michelangelo is an $18 chance for Chris Waller and Tommy Berry.
Yeah, he's a big, solid fellow, and I thought his debut effort was very good at Canterbury over the 1,200 metres. He got a long way back and really started to put in the big bounce late. He looks like a horse that's going to appreciate getting out over a little bit of ground in time. Didn't do a great deal in his latest Randwick trial where he just chased them round for practice.
Another one having start number 2 is Napoleonic from the inside gate for John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Zach Lloyd.
Yeah, I really like this today, but from a future standpoint, gets the inside to be a help or hindrance, but had no luck at all at Warwick Farm on debut, finishing 6th behind King of Pop. You could see he had something to offer. He just never really saw any clear air, beaten around 3.5 lengths. I think the big track at up to 1,300 metres is really going to suit him.
Number 6 there is Sunburn Country, a $21 chance for James Cummings and Timmy Clark.
Yeah, settled back in the field on debut at Pakenham. That was on the 20th of February. Finished 4th there behind Vinrock, beaten around 7.5 lengths. Hard to know how that form's going to line up here.
Now Mansus number 7, Björn Baker here combining with Rachel King.
Yeah, trialled really well. Had Rose Hill on the 3rd of February, winning a trial, defeating Proffer, and then stepped out of Canterbury for the debut. Got a long way out of his ground. It never really saw daylight. He was getting off heels late and looking for clear areas, very strong through the line. I think Newcastle will really suit him. I've got him in the mix.
Daphne's lines up at start number 3 for James Cummings and Karen McAvoy. It has an inside gate.
He was very good when finishing 2nd behind Tempted at Warwick Farm. Going back to the 18th of December, and then was highly thought of at Rose Hill when resuming off a let-up, finishing 5th there behind the Playwright since went back to the trials. She certainly got ability.
The longer price stablemate for James is 9 favours. The rider is JBO.
Has had one start at Kembla there on the 8th of February. It was over 1,000 metres, finished at the tail of the field. That day, and behind it, Triple Yes was beaten around 4.5 lengths. I think we can risk him.
Emmeline, the first starter, onto the 10 we go. The locally trained galloper for Nathan Doyle and Keegan later.
She's only had the one trial, and she finished 7th in that trial behind Logan Down. She was well held together, only beaten 2.5 lengths. I like the way she moved.
And next gen, the last of them, $13 Home Chat Schofield on board for Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald.
Yeah, Philly by L.A. Kirk. Trials have been good. Latest trial there at Rose Hill finished 4th behind on Malone, and was only beaten 4.5 lengths. Anything she does today, she'll improve upon it.
So Matthias favourite here, 380. A few chances. Napoleonic 420. Money through Almanzas, 550 to 460. And of the others, we've got Daphne 750 in the Topic Crown the King at $9. So money for a few of them, including Almanzas here, who's here for Björn Baker, and Luke Hilton is on track. But the stable is out there now with Mick.
Well, look, Almanzas trials were good, and then the debut, that was probably better than it looks on paper.
Yeah, definitely was. He just drew a really awkward gate, and first up run, Björn just wanted him to learn something, so he sort of took him back from the draw and hit the line really well without sort of threatening in the finish, but thought his last 200 was really good. So a better gate today, he'd be a lot more positive, and yeah, he's a nice progressive horse.
Yeah, he's really climbing all over their backs late, and you would think Newcastle would too.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, he's definitely going to appreciate getting out over further. He sneaks out in distance today, so yeah, I think he'll be there a lot further forward, and I think he'll run really well, and the best is probably yet to come with him.
Stable's got Victor resuming from a spell in race number 5. Tricky gate, but has ability.
He does. Tricky gate in a lot of weight. There's bit of conjecture whether he run today or Sunday, but just looked to get some nice favours. Now he came in the gate 9. He is a progressive horse. He's got to carry the weight today, but it looks to get some on-speed favours.
And what about in the feature event, Newcastle State's Sandpaper, just racing so consistently this prep?
He's been unbelievable. He's been a revelation, and his last 2 runs have been outstanding from tricky draws. So he finally draws a gate today, which will be a big benefit to him. He can be in the first 4 somewhere there, and I think that'll suit the way the track is today.
Obviously, stable going really well at the moment. What do you think the best chance for a winner is today?
I really like this 2-year-old. He may be 1 run too soon, but yeah, I think if he doesn't get today, follow him. That's all right. Thanks, Mick.
Okay, there's Luke Hilton for Björn Baker. Mick, late mail time. They're about to move up race 4.
Yeah, look, interesting race, isn't it? I'm going to go with Napoleonic on top. I just think this horse got a big engine. No luck last start there at Warwick Farm. Don't know if gate 1's a good thing or a bad thing, but if he gets some room to move, I think 1,300 metres here at Newcastle's really going to suit him. 7, Almanzas, finished 9th on debut there at Canterbury, but went back, had nowhere to go. I just think 1,300 metres on the big track today will be unleashed. unleashing a powerful burst late. 10 Emmeline I've included. It's only had the one trial, but I just like the way she moved in that trial behind Logan Downs. She's only beaten 2.5 lengths, covered a bit of ground that day. And One Crown the King looks to form some of the speed in the race. Went very, very quick in front. Canterbury last up went forward behind State Visit. Was entitled to get tired, but I thought boxed on okay to only beaten the length in 3/4. 5, 7, 10 and 1.
So Matthias favourite just over Napoleonic. Good money for our men. We heard from Luke there into 480. Daphne's that kept safe, one of 3 runners for the boys in blue. Just seeing those New Haven Park colours behind the gates reminded me that that cocktail party that the Kellys put on the night before day one of the championships, before the big final, is going ahead this year. It is as talked about as that cocktail party as the actual race itself.
Yeah.
And the stories are legendary that come out of that party from over the years. But my lips are sealed in that respect, Nick.
That's right. Yeah. No, it's a great thing, isn't it? I was there last year, and I think it was quite wet outside, wasn't it, last year? And there was a few question marks as to whether the meeting would go ahead the next day. But everyone was enjoying themselves, and it's a great opportunity, isn't it, for country people to get together and have a beer.
All right, let's find out what happens here. Favourite here is Matthias, just over Napoleonic. And the well-backed Almanzas as the last few are loading. Late mail numbers here, 5, 7, 10 and 1. There is Next Gen going in, there's been a sprinkling of money for. Here's Luke with the 2-year-olds.
2-year-olds are ready for race number 4. They're all set. Napoleonic into 380. Into favouritism. Barrier 1. Set. They're off. And Crown the King was slow. So was Matthias. He's come out near last. One of the favourite runners. Napoleonic, Barrier 1 away smartly. Joint leader with Daphne's, and on the outside Almanzas early stages. Just behind them Matthias. Well, how's Nash got there? He was last out in his 4th defence somehow. Out wide on the track was Fabras in that clump of runners, Sunburnt Country. They're not going fast here. Next Gen midfield, followed by Michelangelo, then Crown the King, followed by Emmeline. And Proffer is last. No gallop to report. Napoleonic gets a cheap lead. 650 metres to go. Half a length in front of Daphne's. Almanzas is third the outside. 4 wide around them. Fabras. Matthias on the rails. Needing a little bit of luck before the turn. Then Sunburnt Country. Followed by Next Gen coming to the outside. Emmeline as they turn. 450 metres to run. Napoleonic the leader. From on the outside, Fabras. Almanzas called upon. Matthias in behind them. Sunburnt Country. Next Gen angles into the clear. Emmeline's to the outside. 150 metres to go. Napoleonic kicking. From on the outside, Fabras. Next Gen running on. Almanzas still there. Then Emmeline 100 metres out. It's still Napoleonic. Next Gen's coming though. Next Gen is zeroing in, surging to the lead. Nice debut, Next Gen. Next Gen beat Napoleonic. Third in, that goes to Fabras. Then Michelangelo, Matthias all on heels up the straight. Didn't get a lot of room. Then Almanzas. Crown the King is further back in the field, being followed by the next home, Sunburnt Country. Emmeline finished a bit closer than that, pulled up quickly. And it's been one of the last in with Fabras and one more Proffer.
Over the top of them comes Next
12, 5, 8, 4.
Rob Archibald and Chad Schofield. Race double after combining in the previous with Presley, and there was some specking late for Next Gen on debut, and she's been too good. Philly Bayole comes over the top of them to win, and Napoleonic who led gave a good kick, will have to settle for second but went down fighting. 8 got up for third, Daphne's, and there was a sneaky run there by Michelangelo, hard up against the insiders, clawed back some good ground late in the piece. That might be a half decent form race, that the 2-year-olds.
Yeah, for sure. Good performance, wasn't it, from Next?
So what happened is the fillies, they got through. 12 is a filly. 8 is a filly. That 8 was a neutral, so it was not in a winning position, but 12 went through. And very strange. We'll go to the next 5.
About him, Michelangelo, and this is going to benefit getting out over a little bit further and obviously stripping fitter. But next gen, the winner, winning in style over Napoleonic. I wouldn't be dropping off him. I think he'll be a better chaser in time, and he's going to really improve getting out over 1400 or even a mile down the track. Just found himself in front today, and I'm just not sure that really suited.
Next gen, she'd had a couple of trials leading into this, her first day of the races. Both of them at Rose Hill. She tried on February 3, then February 18. What did you make of those trials leading into this?
Yeah, they were both pretty good trials. I thought perhaps she might have just needed this run today, given that she was kicking off in what appeared to be a pretty strong race on paper. But obviously came here well conditioned from the Nisha Archibald stable, and Chad Schofield riding in great form, was able to get her into the right spot, and she's let down nicely. Daphne's, there was a bit of money around for that galloper. Off a recent let-up in town, was a bit disappointing. Good to see the horse bounce back here. So 12, 5, 8 and 4 will be the numbers you needed following race number 4 at Newcastle.
Okay, 1:20.23 is the overall time, and the last 600 metres in 34.65. 34.65 was the last 600 metres, and a length by a neck the margin. So length by a neck. After race number 4, and of course when we return, race number 5 today, we'll start the quadding. But here's a double to Chad and Annabelle and Rob, and she's a nice bit.
She's a beauty, yeah. I've got filled with confidence on the way up. When I spoke to Annabelle, she said she really liked her, so that was nice to hear. And she just made it very simple for herself. She showed great maturity on her debut. She jumped fast, which was nice to see, because she's been jumping a bit slow at the trials, and just dropped the bridle with cover, travelled in the most beautiful rhythm, showed fight and pushed one of the Godolphins out the way at the top of the straight.
Right, this is the 5th one. This is the 5th one. So if we look through the rails, you've got 2, 1, 11 and 10. If we look at the odds, it's 1, 2, 7 and 10. Let's take a look at the 7. The 7 is in good hands. It's got almost no races, but it's in good hands. So if we remember what happened here in the 1200 meter here, so we identified that 6. Why? Because it was placed right after that linear, and the 6 won. Okay, this is an EW position if there are maiden horses. If there are maiden horses in a race, this is an EW position, but it actually won, which was very surprising. Now, if we look at this race, what's happening is that's the same number for 11. So that's an EW position. That is an EW position, right? It's a 1400 meter. It is well within the BBs. If you look at this one, the 2, it was well within the BBs. The 6 was one of the BBs with that number placed right after the linear. Here, it is the 11, which is within the BBs, placed right after the linear, and it's a 1400 meter. Now, whether 1 wins or 2 wins, we've got a very strong indication on the 2. It is the highest handicapped. This horse has been handicapped in a very strong fashion. 1 is in a relaxed position. On the other hand, 1 is in a relaxed position. Gate number is 9 and 7. So we need to take a look at the gate number which is in between, which is number 3. It's in good hand. It's got a lot of advantage. Do we have a 3? No. 7 and 10. So that 3 has a lot of advantage, but the team is a dysfunctional team. So 7 and 10 we have within the odds. They have 2 of the best jockeys, and the advantage on the horse will help. 1 and 2 are the favorite. The one which is not within the odds is 11, which is a 3-year-old filly, and it stands exactly at the same position where it is supposed to get an EW. Now, out of 1 and 2, if we look at 1 and 2, it's a 1400 meter. So 2 of the BBs need to be there with a body balance in the top 4 position. So that brings in 2. It's strongly handicapped, but it is probably the best fit, and it has everything to manage that handicap situation. So 2 is definitely in a stronger position. It is also a BB, and the 1 is after that. The 1 is also a good horse. There's no doubt it is a good horse. But if we look at the advantage and the team, 2 is in better hand. 2 is in a very seasoned hand, and it's the best fit. Then it is probably 1. The relaxation is on 1 though. So whether 1 wins or 2 wins, 11 should get in between. That is how it should be. The 7 and the 3, which are there within the odds, 7 and the 10, I'm sorry, they're with very good. They're with very good jockeys. 10 is well within the rails, and it tails with 11. 10 and 11, they're from gate number 3 and 4. The 7 is with 12, which is God knows what it'll do. It does have some numbers, but it's a 6-year-old gelding, still in a maiden race with 35 races. I don't know what it is capable of doing. The one which is that need to be taken a look at is 11. If there is any money in this race, that would be 11. But we'll take a look at the horses. And I don't recommend that you get involved. They're not doing what we know as racing. What they're doing is not right. This is not racing. This is not what happens. And that's just my personal opinion. I'm going to be out, but that 11 looks good. We'll take a look at that horse at the paddock. If we find it's suitable, maybe I will go with an EW on the 11.
The 8 race card. A maiden over the 1600 metres sees Miss Dama's the 270 favourite in from 420. Support flows for Nightwalker 550 to 360, and there's a nibble for Bruce's Boy $11 to $6.50. So 3 runners in single figure odds, $11 or more the rest. The top 3, they look to be hard to split because they've all been absolutely smashed in the market. Someone who could probably guide us through this market a lot better than I can is Ben Walker, and he's trackside there in the yard.
Thanks for that, Kirsten. 270 for the favourite, Miss Adama. So a bit late coming into the yard here, and we did have that delayed correct weight there while the stewards looked at the start the second time around for race 3. So let's whip through these. The one is Nightwalker. Alison Smith trains. He's been in the placing 7 times from his 22 starts. We heard from Alison before saying He works well at home. He just hasn't been able to transfer that into a win. But he gets Clayton Gallagher aboard today. He wasn't beaten all that far last time out. He should run well. Number 2 is 24 Guns for Todd Howard. Gabrielle Johnson to ride, claiming 4 kilos. So the one run back, that was at Port Macquarie over the 1,500 metres. Gets up to the mile today. Was beaten 6 lengths there first up. It should be better for that run. 3's out. The 4, Bruce's Boy, was good last time out when finishing 3rd at Orange behind What a State, went over the 1280. That was off the back of a debut run at the 1,100 metres. Gets a soft draw and a claim here today. Can run well again. 5's out. Number 6, Brandy Wine. She's had 35 starts. Been in the placings 8 times. Yet to win a race, but some of her runs have been very, very good, including a past 2, both at Orange, where she's been beaten by Luna Flirt, who went on and won again after that, and Casino Diva, who looks pretty progressive. She's got a wide gate, but she's a get-back type anyway. I think she'll run well at a price. The 7, Flame On's her stablemate. Finished 6th in the Casino Diva race last time out, about a length behind Brandy Wine. Draws just inside her today. She's had 13 starts yet to win, but again, similar form lines to Brandy Wine, not much between them. The 8, Impending Harmony for Sharon Jeffries. 24 starts, been in the placings 5 times, was beaten 3.5 by Famazu here last time out, and that horse has been very unlucky since. So the form out of that stacked up okay. Number 9, Just Breathe, Sally Torrens, trains over at Gunnedah. Grant Buckley in the saddle today. I think she can improve here. I just think she's been going around with not the best amount of luck in her races. She was beaten 5 lengths behind Rock Barton Angel in the Super Maiden at Corindi last time out. Has had 2 runs at the trip and been in the 3 runs at the trip and been in the placings twice, so she gets up to the mile today. 10, Katie Bold, 13 starts, yet to figure in the top 3. Has a wide gate to contend with. We'd need to see a bit of improvement from her. Number 11, Miss Adamas. Look, she's had every possible chance throughout her career. 23 goes, 9 seconds, 5 thirds. She just hasn't won a races yet. She's been 3rd at her past 2 starts, both at 1,400 here. Gets up to the mile for the first time in her career today, but she gives every indication that it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. The 12, Panique, only been in the placings 3 times in 27 starts, was beaten 10 lengths last time out when last at Port Macquarie. Prior to that, had been beaten 11 at Corindi, so just the margins getting beat too far from mile. 13, Plucky Ducky, 15 starts, hasn't figured in the placings. Gets a good draw today for Ken Dunbar and Sharon Jeffries, but another one that would need to find a few lengths. Warm Glow, the 14, been well beaten of late. Last time 7 lengths, prior to that 12. Just, again, the margins, particularly when they're meeting rivals that have been beating them, a few lengths in recent runs. It's hard to turn that around. And the 15, the Practitioner, hard to get too excited about the Practitioner. Has beaten 3 runners home in his past 4 starts. So on form, you certainly couldn't have him either. So we are 3 minutes or so away from start time here in race number 4. Just had the whip through the yard. I was hoping to have a chat with Melissa Harrison, who's got a couple of runners in this race. I did speak to her daughter before. Kyla's coming over. Here we go. I spoke to Kyla and asked her if her mum was available for an interview, and she said, I think it's bad luck, and now Mel's sent Kyla over to do the job. Mel's mum's pulling rank. Kyla's making her way over. These interviews, the horses don't know we're doing the interview, Kyla.
No, but every time we get interviewed, just brings us bad luck, I reckon.
Just tell us about these 2 runners you've got here, Brandy Wine and Flame On. They've met a couple of times in the past few weeks, and there hasn't been much between them.
Yeah, well, Brandy's very consistent. She's just the unluckiest horse in Australia. Inca, I feel like Flame On is just looking for that bit further. Every time she's like thereabouts, but she just doesn't quite let down. She's like a short, sharp sprint. So I feel like today is just a little bit of a, we just kept her fresh and see how she goes. But Brandy's consistent. What can we say? She tries so hard. Every time we send her around, she tries to bring the money. It's always unlucky.
I know she's got the wide gate, but she's a get-back type anyway, so the barrier shouldn't be too much of a concern.
She should be fine. She'll just get back. The other one should hopefully jump pretty well and sit there, but guess we'll see.
Have you got a preference between the 2?
I like Flame On more than Brandy Wine, but yeah, Brandy's had more experience.
All right, best of luck here. I'm with Brandywine, so I hope you're wrong and I'm right.
Thank you.
Here's Kyla Harrison talking us through the chances of the Melissa Harrison stable here. They've got the two runners. They're both in the market in a difficult race. Your favourite is Miss Adamus at $3. Night Walker's now the favourite, $3. Miss Adamus $3.10. You've got $8.50 about Just Breathe, who's been very well supported, and it doesn't surprise me because he's been unlucky in his past few runs. He just hasn't had the best of circumstances in his races. He's been getting sort of beaten at 4 and 5 lengths, but now he's into $8.50. So the support continues to come for him. You've got $10 about the two, which is 24 guns. Brandywine's there at $10 as well. I've gone 6, 1, 11 and 9. I think she deserves a change of luck, Brandywine. Kyla's right. She doesn't have much luck in her races, but that's due to her pattern. She doesn't have early speed. She gets back in the ruck. She goes looking for runs. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. Last time she had to come up the inside at Orange, which hasn't been the best place to be. And she was only beaten a length and a half there by Casino Diva, who's a pretty progressive type. The wide gate today, she'll get back in the field, hopefully try and sort of navigate a path through them, Georgie McDonald. And you know that she's going to run the 1600 right out. I've put the one in for second, which is Night Walker. He's been there and thereabouts throughout his entire career. He'll be hard to beat here. The 11, Miss Adamus. Look, she should have broken a maiden by now, but she hasn't. But the past couple of runs at the 1400 metres have indicated that getting out in trip isn't necessarily an issue for her. She does have to go to the mile for the first time, but look, she's been kept nice and safe in the market. I put Just Breathe in the numbers. I think, what's it been, $18 into $8.50 for the 9 there, which is now your third favourite, trained by Sally Torrance. So I think it's a race where we can find a bit of value. 6, 1, 11 and 9. We're behind start time here. All right, so we're just hearing that there is a late scratching. If I can just get that one in my ear again. Number 9, Just Breathe. Okay, it's come out, so it won't be running well. The 9, Just Breathe. Obviously, the vets had a look at Just Breathe over behind the gates and found an issue, so it's out. What are we going to do here now as far as the numbers are concerned? Let's go 6, 1, 11, and we'll put the 2 in there, 24 guns, who can improve off the back of that first up run, this preparation there at Port Macquarie. So I'll settle on 6, 1, 11 and 2. We're behind start time, as I mentioned. Looks like there's maybe 3, 4, 5 runners left to load, so we'll head up to Cole for his call of race number 4.
With the orange cap, and the other runner is, and there's Panique here, and KT Bold. It's got the predominantly orange colours on it. Now, still got Brandywine to come up. Just mentioning here again that the late scratching here at 3:24 p.m. number 9, Just Breathe, taken out at 3:24 p.m. Now Brandywine is about to come up, and they're getting close to a start here for the first, for race 4, I should say, race 4. And the last one's in, the blue light's on, standby. Standby, they're set to go here, racing now, KT Bold. Began fairly well out wide and going up fast, Miss Adamus and Flame On, hard ridden and going right through along the rails there with Plucky Ducky into a prominent spot. Followed then by 24 guns. Nightwalker's back about 5th on the outside. There's a couple of lengths back to Bruce's Boy, followed by the Practitioner getting well over its ground. Well back there was Impending Harmony. Fairway back there was Panique. It's back near the tail of the field, and Brandywine was last of all, so they raced down the back of the course here, and KT Bold picking up on the inside, being taken on by Plucky Duck at the outside. About 3 or 4 lengths back then came Miss Adamus, 24 guns, was lying next, followed then by Nightwalker as they slip along the side of the course now, and they've got about 750 to go. A long way back in the field was Bruce's Boy, being followed then by Flame On, and in behind them came the Practitioner back along the rail. Brandywine is a fair way back as they come up around the home turn. and Miss Adamas, Night Walker out wide and starting to join in. Still battling away there was KT Bold, but on the outside, Night Walker, Miss Adamas, 24 guns. Bruce's Boy is coming home well along the rails. Night Walker took a narrow lead. Miss Adamas, Bruce's Boy is through along the rails. Night Walker, Bruce's Boy is finishing well with 24 guns. Bruce's Boy, 24 guns comes out of Bruce's Boy. Bruce's Boy, I think, over 24 guns. Night Walker third, Brandywine coming home well. Then the practitioner, Miss Adamas, followed in by Impending Harmony. The next one in there would have been Panique and KT Bold. Warm Glow a long way back there with Plucky Ducky, and Flame On is about the last one in. Bruce's Boys come from a long way back here.
4, 2, 1 and 6 will be the numbers. Bruce's Boy at start number 3 breaks through, given a gun ride by Emily up the inside, gets the job done for the local trainer Mick Lunn. 24 Guns has run well, second up from a break. Nightwalker's run another honest race, and Brandywine wasn't even in the picture and flashes down the outside, and she will finish 4th, which when you're on them at a big price each way means absolutely zilch. 4, 2, 1 and 6 the numbers here. Race number 4, that is the end of the early quaddie. When we come back, we'll have a look at the runners in the yard for race number 5, which of course is the first leg of today's main quaddie, but we'll throw back to you there in the studio. Kirsten.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, fastest way home along the rails there. A great win by Bruce's Boys. We turn our attention now to the first quaddie leg at Newcastle. Race 5 over the 1,400 metres sees Victor as the $3.30 favourite in from 360. Money flows for Frontex, $6 to 370. Let's join Gav Carmody and Mick Wallace.
Race number 5 here kicks off the first leg of the quaddie. Maiden 3-year-olds and upwards will do that over 1,400 metres, and we'll have a look at them. And the top 2 embedding are the first 2 to look at. This is Victor, number 1, first up from a break. He Vic for Björn Baker and Karen McAvoy.
Yeah, he's a nice style of a horse by Frankel. He's had 3 starts for 2 minor placings. We haven't seen him with the races since finishing second at Warwick Farm behind Hammer. Going back to the 7th of October last year. He's had a good grounding with a couple of good recent trials. 61 kilos is quite the impulse, but if he can get across from that draw, he'll be right in the finish.
Number 2 then is Frontex with the Hawks family and Tommy Berry.
Yeah, he's building nicely, isn't he? Placed the Canterbury on debut behind, flying from above, and then last time out at Kembla rode the speed in a small field down there when finishing 3rd behind Amrikia. Obviously, just getting better and better with racing. He's going to make his own luck up on top of the speed. You can see why he's got his fair share of fans.
Cronulla Joy onto the 3 we go for Fabio Martino. Winona Costa.
It does possess a little bit of speed. This 3-year-old by Omaha Beach finished 4th in the latest Hawkesbury trial behind Metal Magic, only beaten 2 lengths. That looks a likely type.
Next cab off the rank then is Jacobs Well down to the 6 for Mitchell Desiree Carney and Mitchell Bell.
A 6-year-old by Crackerjack King. He's only had the 1 race start. It was here at Newcastle over the 1,250 metres going back to the 18th of February. Got back in the ruck. It was just starting to pick up when the race was all over.
Patricia is at $4.20. It has been pretty solid at that quote for John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Tom Sherry.
I was quite taken with his trials leading into his Hawkesbury debut on the 20th of February, which saw him finish 4th behind Willie Opper. Didn't have a lot of luck. He was never really on the track, but he stuck to his guns well. Provided that run hasn't flattened him from the good draw today, I think he's the one they all have to beat.
Number 9, Golden Smile, first up from a break. You see the Chris Lees and Chad Schofield.
They're placed 2 of 4 overall, resuming from a spell. Finished last at Warwick Farm on the 7th of October. That was behind Hammett, beaten around 9.5 lengths before going for a break. Tuned up for this with a nice trial effort at Scone, finishing 2nd behind Smart Buyer.
Shannoni onto the 10 we go for Chris Waller, and Zach Lloyd is in the market.
Yeah, she's been there and thereabouts in all 3 of her career starts. The last time out there at Warwick Farm, finished 5th behind Conchiero, only beaten 3.5 lengths. This looks a nice race for her.
Heavenly Kiss is number 11, carrying the famous big family colours for Ronnie Quinton and Andrew Atkins.
She got back last start there at Warwick Farm, and she was doing her best work late, beaten 6 lengths by Conchiero. Could possibly be looking for the mile now.
And finally, we've got Legria, big odds down the bottom for Taran Tully Figaro and Chad Lever.
I finished 7th at Wyong last start behind him. Meet me in Bondi. Was beaten around 3.5 lengths. He's had a few opportunities to break through. 35 starts, 9 minor placings.
Okay, favourite here now. New favourite, Frontex 350 has been solid to Shades Victor, who's 340 out to 370. Patricia has been solid at 420. Bit of money for Shannoni, 480 into 440. Heavenly Kiss unchanged at a 750 quote. And of the others, Golden Smile, who is first up from a break, is 16 out to $17. So Frontex 4-year-old by Territories lining up at his third start. The week has come off today. And Tommy Berry, who trialled him back in January, has been the races twice. Tommy has his first sit aboard him under race conditions today. He's just the favourite over Victor, who's at 370 first up. And his first up since the 7th of October. 2 trials in preparation for the first up assignment. And then best of the others, just looking down the board, Patricia, who they've kept pretty safe at that $4.20 quote by Placia for John O'Shea and Tom Charlton. All right, let's head out to Mick. Michael Hawke's on track today, and we're talking Frontex.
Well, Michael, Frontex only had a couple of race starts, been good on each occasion.
Yeah, he has. First up, Canterbury, he just basically shied away from the other horse on debut, and he nearly got away with it. And then obviously went to Kembla, and it was a good run last start, and he really hit the line solid. He was a lot straighter, and he's learning what it's all about. So today, big track, 1400. He's drawn that little bit awkward, but in saying that, hopefully he can just jump and get to a nice rhythm and be where he needs to be. But I think Newcastle's going to suit him, and that's why we brought him here.
Obviously got Macarena lining up in the feature event. What do you make of the first up run?
Yeah, first up run, she had to do just a little bit too much work. I know it's easy in hindsight, but when you draw that awkward barrier, which she has done over the past, she's never been a one to get favourable barriers. You're just still working within yourself. And look, her run was good. She blew up big. It was only first up. She's never won first up ever. And today's second up, different race. Obviously, she's the best horse in the race. There's a lot of horses, I suppose, down in the weights that might get their chance with a lower weight against her. But look, the mare's great. She's on track. Second up. She's in for a big prep. And Newcastle, I think it'll suit her as well. So I'm expecting her to run really well.
Appreciate your time. Best of luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
There he is, Michael Hawke, speaking of Frontex, and also Macarena going around in the Newcastle Stakes a bit later. So Frontex, and we just spoke about, 350 just shakes, the other one Victor, and they kept Patricia very, very solid. Likewise, Heavenly Kiss for Ronnie Quinton, 1400 metres the trip of this maiden, Mick. First look at the quaddie over to you for the late mail, and then we'll have a look at your quaddie numbers.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty keen on Patricia. It's a horse that I've been keeping close tabs on throughout the short career to date. The trials were very, very good, and I thought the latest run there at Hawkesbury was very good as well. Never really on the track when finishing fourth behind Willie Opper. Just needs a better run, and you think that he would get that.
I'm out, John. I'm not going to get into it.
Victor, big weight, wide draw, not usually a great recipe for success, but we've already seen last preparation that he's got ability. He's been placed 2 of 3. Frontex, we've got a positive report there from Michael Hawkes. He's only had a couple of race starts. He's building towards a peak performance. He's got a bit of a sticky gait, but I think he'll be allowed to roll across and be prominent. And the way he's heading, this looks a really good race for him. And we'll try and 10 Shannoni, who has had a handful of starts and hasn't been disgraced in any of them. Just really needs to go to that next level and put a win on the board. 7, 1, 2 and 10.
Okay, now we'll have a look at your quaddie. Just from memory, it escapes me how much we spent for that quaddie today.
Yeah, look, in hindsight, I think maybe I might have put a few too many numbers in. I ended up putting 5 in the second leg of the quaddie, which was maybe a little bit too many. I've gone 7, 1, 2 and 10 first leg, 9, 12, 4, 8 and 2 in the second leg, 1, 2 and 8 in the third leg, and 6 and 3 in the final leg. If I was going to trim it up, probably drop the 2 from the second leg and the 3 from the last leg, although you know what happens when you do that.
Exactly. $3.10 now, Frontex. So he's the one that they're backing late. 4-year-old, only sparingly raced having his third start. He's going to 3.10 on track. And the other one of Ronnie Quinton's that carries Neville Beck's colours, this filly Heavenly Kiss. Blinkers go on her for the first time, and she's just been a little bit of a trim up late.
Yeah, well, look, she's been finding the line, and I thought maybe might want 1,600 metres now, but you've got to be encouraged by the fact there has been some good late support. Hails from a good stable and might just be ready third run back.
And some good horses carried those colours of Neville Beck's, all silent, monopolised, stack of them over decades.
monopolises an old favourite of yours, isn't it?
Loved him. I love your silent too.
Yeah, he was a beauty.
Might have been my last winner. Going back away, Mick. Times are tough. So they're at the start, a very plating one here, the Ingham horse, and that is Shannoni. So this filly is having a fourth start today. They're just replating over there behind the gates. Into $3 now with the fixed odds goes this favourite, which is Frontex. Shannoni went 480 into 420, just out of touch to 440 on a coating out of Mingshan, homebred for the Ingham family. And Swallow does the training. Also over there behind the gates, Golden Smile, who we haven't seen since October. 5-year-old imported mare carrying Australian bloodstock colours. She's had a couple of trials in preparation for her first up assignment today, and Victor likewise. As we've said, first up with 2 trials, one at Rosa, one at Randwick on the 13th of February was the most recent one. And Karen McAvoy doing the steering for Björn Baker. Previous race was taken out by Next Gen, nice filly, who won on debut. Prior to that, Presley was too good in the staying race. Maybe Moet was an upset in race number 2, and the opening race was won by Tokyo Queen, who was a bit of a price. Just waiting for this replating to take place. There's Frontex now into 290 with fixed odds, so he's been clearly the best back runner in the race.
Yeah, you could sense a bit of confidence when we caught up with Michael Hawkes that he likes this individual. He hasn't done a great deal wrong in his 2 starts to date. I thought he paraded quite well. He's drawn gate number 7 in a field of 12, so I think they're going to have to give him just a little bit of a liven up out of the gates to get up there in the first 3 or 4, but he might be ready to peak third run.
Now into 270, both with the fixed odds and with the NOP. So late mail numbers here, 7, 1, 2 and 10. So still the farrier continues to work on the third elect here, and that is Shannoni. Ahead of a massive day, of course, in Sydney town tomorrow. You'll see it all here on Sky Thoroughbred Central. The Randwick Guineas, also the Canterbury Stakes, got the Challenge Stakes, and of course the Riesling and the Todman as we inch closer to the Golden Slipper. So first of 10 races at 20 minutes after midday, and the last at 10 to 6 in Sydney time. You'll see all of the action with Greg and the gang on track there at Royal Randwick. Moving in though, here's race 5. Good luck if you're having a quaddie. Frontex firms again into 260 as we head upstairs. Here's Luke.
Pass fit to start is Shannoni, but the go for Frontex is a big one now. Tommy Berry in the saddle. He's been back a few weeks from injury. Incredible with Tommy. He had a busted shoulder and a fracture in his neck, and it was a 4-week recovery period to get back in the saddle. Quite incredible, his recuperative powers to be back in such a short frame of time after that fall and injury. And he's on a hot pot here that's been 420 into 260 today, Frontex. He's a 4-year-old by Territories, Team Hawks. Winkers off today, out to 1,400 metres third up. Contested a Super Maiden at Kembla Grange last start. I think that form should be pretty solid going forward. And he's in there now, Frontex. Last one to come up will be Victor. We're just about ready for race 5. Frontex heavily backed. Lights are on. They're racing now. Favourite Frontex bounded out nicely, and he's up in the first 2 or 3. Also handy was Shannoni Patissier. Victor's also prominent the outside. Jacobs Well is marching forward, followed by Legree, Heavenly Kiss, a break in the field then to Golden Smile, and last of all, Cronulla Joy. Favourite found the front, that's Frontex. He leads at the 1,000 by half a length on Victor second. Third, the inside Patissier, followed by Shannoni. Wide around them then was Jacobs Well, followed by Legree, centre field, Heavenly Kiss. Here's the next runner, Golden Smile on the fence. And Cronulla Joy is last of all. Favourite gets a breather here. He was able to enjoy a nice furlong or so there was Frontex. And the heavily back runner goes up towards the 550 metres mark. Leading from on the outside, Victor. Jacobs Wells covered ground. Shannoni behind them. Patissier on the rails. Heavenly Kiss at the head of the others. Turning the bend. Frontex held together by Berry. Victor coming off the bridle second, looms and gives him the stare. Patissier looking for a run. So too Shannoni. Heavenly Kiss running on. Inside the 250. He hasn't gone for Frontex fully yet. Now he lets him off the chain. It's Frontex and Heavenly Kiss fighting it out with Heavenly Kiss going to Frontex quickly. Heavenly Kiss hit the front. Frontex not done with. He's fighting. Frontex is lifting on the inside. Reclaims the lead, and that's a dogged win. Frontex barely lifted him. Nothing wrong with the shoulder. He comes down to win from Heavenly Kiss. Photo for third. On the outside, Golden Smile and also Shannoni. Victor, he didn't hit the line, knocked right up and finished back in the field with Patissier, Legree, Jacobs well, and last in was Cronulla Joy.
Well, wasn't he off the canvas? Frontex, when Heavenly Kiss looked to have him absolutely cold, he's been lifted over on the inside and fights back to win. Tommy Berry for the Hawks family will outpoint the other one, Heavenly Kiss, who was being hailed the winner. Nine will get third, and that was Golden Smile. That was good run first up.
Thank you, John.
Looking ahead, from a future perspective, it 10 winds up in fourth spot, and that was the one they replayed it behind the gates at Nodi. But off the canvas, Frontex, best back, fights back to win.
Yeah, really good performance, wasn't it? You could see Troubles.
So let's understand what are they doing. They kind of playing with the top two favorites. All right. They're playing with the top two favorites. That's what they're doing. Other than that, there's no other explanation. The 11 was supposed to get in. It was supposed to get in as a place. 2 was definitely in good hands, and that was there. 1 was a problem, but I mean, I kind of I can't explain this what exactly is happening, but I can see what they're doing is they're playing with the top 2 odds. They're playing with the top 2 odds. That's what they're doing. 9, I had a feeling, because this was the largest drift out here, and if you look at the BB, the 1, look at the number on 1 and look at the number on 9. So there's same BBs, all right? The difference is the pressure is heavy on 1, and here it is 0. So that's probably, I mean, if we have to give it a benefit of doubt, that's probably the explanation, but I don't know. I mean, this probably is I mean, I seriously don't like it. I don't like it. It's a way of deceiving people, and they're playing with the money. That's all that they're doing. There's no other explanation. The 11 who was supposed to get in, it got in. 2 was the best, it got in. 9, I had a feeling, but I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing with the top 2 odds. Even if I give it a benefit of doubt that the 9 was supposed to get in because of the pressure, and that's there, but I still don't understand. We'll take a look at the next one, what's going on there. 6, 3, 6, 7, 10, 13, 17. 10, 13, 17. 12, 2, 9, and 4.
Well, punters, the jockey I want to focus on this week is J-Mac. Always gets a great book of rides. Again this week, he looks to have the best rides on paper. The horse I want to focus on, though, is Wotan. He's drawn really, really well this week. Last time out with Kieran McAvoy on board, he had absolutely no luck from the bad draw. We know that. J-Mac goes back on board.
Right, this is the 6th one. It's a benchmark 64. That 12 is the favorite. It's an 8-year-old mare. Okay. Over a distance of 1500 meters. It's got 59 races and the score is not impressive. It has one league race, but it did not win it. However, it comes within the BB, and if we look through the rails, it's the 3rd one through the rails. The first one is still 4. It's in very good hands. It's a BB. This one is also a BB. This one it's an 8-year-old with more pressure. It's a 5-year-old with less pressure. But they're both written by, more or less, they're both written by some jockeys. They should not be riding that horse. Anyway, coming to the 9 is the biggest drift, which is there within the odds. All that is said and done. The best jockey is on 11, probably. There's a lot of advantage. It is there. That Colt is the one which is handicapped seriously. There is this Colt which is number 8. So that thing is handicapped very seriously. It's a team which is absolutely dysfunctional team, but it is the best linear. That horse is hands down the best horse. It's a 3-year-old, and that's how it looks like, but it is not one of the BBs. The pressure is huge on that horse because of the handicapping. That probably is the best fit for this distance. Having said all that, there's this one which is there. I have no clue what's going on at this track, and I'm still going to be out of this one. There's no way I'm going to risk anything here at this track today. So that one is with a lot of advantage. If we give it a benefit of doubt that this is a Colt and will not do anything today, because that's what Colts do. They do not do anything when you expect them to do anything. So if we give it a benefit of doubt that it will not do anything, then this one is still there, which is not within the odds. Rest everything is more or less within the odds. I'm kind of, that 14 is within the BBs. It's okay, got advantage, but this one has tremendous advantage. It's a 5-year-old gelding. It's got it's in good hands, and it has advantage on the distance with the handicapping. So 1 is a check. 8, I will not be surprised if that 8 wins today. Generally, colts do not do anything, but today in this track there is a 100% chance that the 8 is going to take it, because I mean, if we have to look at the reasons for a horse to win, I mean, if we look at the reasons for a horse to win, we also have to look at the reasons for what it will not win. I mean, ask yourself that 8-year-old question: why this horse should not win? Because it is an 8-year-old mare on a 1500 meter competing with 3-year-old, 4-year-olds. That's the answer. So that's what it is. And it's not that it is a great horse. It's got 15 races. 59 races, out of which the score is absolutely disastrous. It has done nothing in its life. The 4 is the one which is through the rails. It's a drift with an advantage that is there, which is more than 9. It is a drift with advantage more than 9. So 4 has better chances to get through. And that 1 remains a check. So that's more or less the kind of scene that we are into. It's not looking good.
As well, she is so flexible.
Yeah, there's nothing worse when you have a front runner that, draws 18. It doesn't matter where she draws. You just then have to, when she jumps, she'll just have to either slot in or go back or decide once she jumps where she needs to be.
We were talking off there before. You're off to Tottenham tomorrow, taking the team out there to the picnic.
Yeah, I've got a couple of tomorrow, so we'll be heading out to Tottenham. Couple of 11, yeah.
Best of luck here. I think you've got a couple of runners coming up in the Super Maiden as well, and then obviously that big team off to Tottenham tomorrow. Thanks for coming over and having a chat.
Thank you.
There she is, Connie Gregg, and Mrs. Bull. I'd love to own one like her. 146,000 in prize money she's racked up over the course of her career, and she's won 3 races. But she just turns up, earns a check every time she goes around. Michaela Weir has ridden her plenty of times, and she takes the ride again today. Shannon Llewellyn rode her an absolute peach when winning on here over the mile last time out, and Michaela Weir jumped back aboard today. I've gone 4, 1, 3, and 5. I've got Mrs. Bull on top. I just love that versatility that she has. She can go forward, she can go back, she tries every start, and she's just so honest. I've got her on top to beat the 1 Oakfield Pinto, who I think has run an improved race here today. Now that he's had the 2 runs back from that long break, gets a good draw. Grant Buckley aboard. Third, I put in the favourite, Alpine Candy. Has had a couple of trials there in town to prepare for this. Goes straight to the 1600 first up, but if anyone can do it, it'll be the Nisham stable with this mare. She's had 12 starts, only been out of the top 3 on 3 occasions. She gets a good draw here today, and I put 5 into 4th, Miss Reeves, who did get in as low as $4.40, just back out to $5.50. This, of course, is the first leg of today's quaddie, and it's not going to be an easy quaddie to get because there's a couple of tricky races here, but I've gone all 4 numbers here in the first leg of the quaddie, so 4, 1, 3, and 5. In the second leg, I've narrowed it up a little bit. I've gone 1, 2, and 7, which is Harry Tudor, Cranich, and Bold Bender, another of 20 runners. It's going to go around at a big price, Bold Bender. Third leg, 5, 11, 10, and 8. That's Capital Mac, Brogan's Creek, Stratified, and Brief Statement. There should be a bit of value there. I think Capital Mac will win the favourite, but if it does get rolled, there'll be a bit of value to be found there. And in the last, I've gone 1, 8, 5, and 11 with Mullen, Crown Legend, Zardi, and Bad Boy McCoy. So $192 for 100%. Good luck with your investments. If you are taking a quadrilla here this afternoon, you've got maybe a minute or so to get them on because they are getting these runners into the gates there over at the mile starting point. So it looks like there's maybe half a dozen of them left to go in. $2.70 about this favourite, Alpine Candy, holding very firm in the market. You've got $5.50 Miss Reeves. Damascus Gate's been well supported into $6, so a good late move at a price for it. Prices come tumbling in, now $5.50, so that support continues for Damascus Gate, and Mrs. Bull's just rallied as well into $5.50, so $2.90 about this favourite. 3 equal second favourites, Damascus Gate supported 7s into $5.50. Mrs. Bull's been pretty firm around that $5.50 market. Miss Reeves just getting $4.40 out to $5.50. It's double figures every other runner in the race, so can see them over there. We've got Oakfield Pinto, we've got Rolled Gold, Strategic Charge. That's 3 of them left to load. A couple of them have gone in, so we're just about ready to go. So we'll throw up to Cole for his call of race 5. Good luck with your investments. Good luck with your quaddies.
It is its favourite. Is still back behind the barrier. Strategic Charge. It is about to come forward, and Mrs. Bull. Gee, it's won about 3 races when Mrs. Bull. It's won 3 races, won 23 placings. Always there, looking at chance in the straight. Now, Domestic Skate will be the last one in, and they're almost set to go here. First leg of the quadrille about to get underway here at Dubbo, and the red light's on. 1,600 metres coming out of the chute. And they're off and racing. Oakfield Pinto began all right, but Charlotting heads up towards the lead, and Artelamar was going up quickly. Distinctive Glory on the inside of Strategic Charge. Alpine Candy, the favourite, is back centre field, followed then by Miss Reeves. Mrs. Bull on its outside, 2.5 back to Rolled Gold. Then came Damascus Gate, and over on the inside was Flying Jabari. So they spread out a bit here now, and Artelamar runs them along and kicked away, led 2 3/4 lengths. Oakfield Pinto going up on the outside there of Charlotte. Strategic Charge. Alpine Candy was centre field, but it's making ground, followed then by Distinctive Glory. On its outside was Mrs. Bull, a break back then to Miss Reeves, Rolled Gold. And then comes Domestic Skate, and Flying Jabari was last. They're down the side now, and they've probably got about 750 left to go, and Artelamar leads out by about a length now, going up quickly on the outside. Oakfield Pinto, Strategic Charge is about to come around them 3 wide. Alpine Candy about to look for a run through in the centre. Charlotting on the rails is a long way back to Mrs. Bull, Domestic Gate, and then came Miss Reeves, and out wide was Flying Jabari. Artelamar led halfway down the straight. Alpine Candy is coming out after it. Oakfield Pinot running a bit of a race. Further out on the track then was Flying Jabari there with Domestic Escape, but Artelamar's going all right. Alpine Candy's 2 lengths away, followed by Oakfield Pinot. Artelamar's clear. Oakfield, it's coming at it over Alpine Candy, but Artelamar has beaten Alpine Candy. Thirds of Photo, Domestic Escape, Oakfield Pinot and Mrs. Bull over on the inside, followed in by Roll Gold. Then came Strategic Charge, Charlotting, Flying Jabari, Miss Reeves, and Distinctive Glory.
All right, Artelamar goes from barrier to box under the urgings of Jake Tracy Holmes for Carlos Antonio, who's very excited. He's got a big grin on his face, Carlos. He's making his way through the mounting yard. Big grin on his face, a couple of cheers let out. And his other runner as well, Damascus Gate, there is in there, I think, in a photo for third. But we'll get Carlos to make his way over. We'll have a chat. Carlos, big grin on your face. That must give you a bit of pleasure.
Yeah, I'm happy now. He also winning today. He go last time in Taree, 2,000 meters too much for him. I bring him back 1 mile today. I'm happy for him again.
You put Jake Tracy Holmes on board, he gets them out of the gates and up on speed, and he just loved it.
Oh yeah, Jackie is good, you know. I like you, Jackie. I tell you, Jackie, drive forward, put speed in the race. Now look behind, you go positive, pick up the winner.
Your other horse ran well, also Damascus Gate. You've run third with Damascus Gate, so first and third.
Yeah, Damascus Gate, I think go try any different race now. He go all the time, he go in the place. Go race his second last. He coming home very good. I'm happy to work now. It's good today.
Well done.
Thank you.
There is Carlos Antonio. He runs first and third, so Damascus Gate runs third, but all honours with Artelamar, taken straight to the front by Jake Tracy Holmes. Nobody gets them out of the gates and into a spot better than Jake out here, and he just kept going. Artelamar, that's his third win at start number 20 today for the 5-year-old by Flying Artie. And what's he paid as I get back over to the host spot? 12.10, 360 on the Toad Alpine Candy. She ran well first up, given she was first up straight to the mile. Damascus Gates run home well for third. Oakfield Pinto in fourth, and Mrs. Bull, she would have finished in fifth. So 9, 3, 2 and 1 here, Kirsten. I know one person who is Gonzo out of the quaddy.
Yeah, look, it was a surprising win at good odds there in the end. Artelamar, $12.10, 360. Held off Alpine Candy at $1.60. Damascus Gate $1.80 and Oakfield Pinto in the fourth spot. 9, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations if you are sat at home there or even trackside and you managed to find that winner. They were very good odds in the fifth at Dubbo. We're going to take a break next on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, we're back to Newcastle for race 6. $4.20 favourite, pushed in from $6.50. Let's head to the team trackside. It's Gab Carmody and Nick Wallace.
Thank you, Kirsten. Just enjoy a bit of my Sharona ahead of the sixth event on the program, due in 9 minutes. Very open betting affair. Bubba, favourite 420 here, edged in time 550, in Forencia 650. Ambassadors at 7 at Bluebird Bay at 750, and chances don't end there. Second leg of the quaddie. Lee's Racing Midway benchmark 64 mick over 1,500 metres, starting with one Epicus for Kristen Buchanan and Karen McAvoy.
It wasn't too bad there at Hawkesbury last time out, when finishing fourth behind Starboard, was only beaten a length. He's got the ability to put himself up on top of the speed, and I think he'll be in it for a long way.
On to the two. This is edged in time. Second up for Richard Will Freeman and Regan Bayliss.
Ascot, the 14 starts with 3 wins and 2 minor placings. 3 runs here at Newcastle for 2 minors. Last time out there at Canterbury, and resuming from a spell went forward and just got a little bit tired late when finishing sixth, beating a length and 3/4 by Tenderize, who we've seen come out and win again. So the form out of that race looks okay.
Ambassadors has run number 2 this preparation, was second when first up, and Nathan Doyle and Ben Osmond.
Usually reserves his best here for Newcastle and presents second up from a spell today after a good placing at Wyong when resuming, finishing second behind Verona Rose. He's another one that from a soft draw should be able to be up in the first 3 or 4, and if he takes natural improvement from that first up hit out, I think it'll be very hard to beat.
Jumeirah Beach in the market, 9 into 8.50 for Jason Deemer and Aaron Bullock.
Well, we're left scratching our heads when he was very disappointing here at Newcastle, 2-back beaten 27 lengths by Canny Queen, but he bounced back in a big way last start when finishing second behind Socrates here at Newcastle over the 1500. I think the best version of Jumeirah Beach could near win this.
Bluebird Bay is lightly raced. First up is promising though for Sarah Ryan and Chad Schofield.
Yeah, I didn't know where to slot him in. He debuted at Scone on the 27th of September last year, finished third there behind Yu Wang, and did look the winner when he cruised up in the home straight, only to have a couple go past him late. He then went to Hawkesbury and was a winner, defending Style Better and Lucky Bay over the mile and was tipped out for a spell. His 2 trials leading in have been just fair. But if he's fit enough, I think he can give this a shot.
Florencia is number 9 here for Rebecca Dunn and Jason Polish.
Well, I think this is probably the easiest race she's contested for a little while. Was runner-up there at Tamworth 2-back in a benchmark 74 behind for your Awesome Fred, and then back down to the city last time out to contest a midway, where she didn't shirk the task, finished 8th behind Rush Attack, but was only beaten 2.5 lengths. And I like the fact she was got going again close to home. She's had the 3 runs back from a spell now. She races well here at Newcastle. I've got her on top despite the awkward draw.
Number 11 is Rothrock, the local. Molly Fitzgerald taking 2 off for Paul Perry.
Well, she's been in the minor placings her last 3, 2 of them here at Newcastle and once up there at Port Macquarie. Last start finished 3rd behind Bingo here. Was a beaten favourite that day. I thought there was a little bit more depth to this race.
In an open betting affair, Bubba is $4.60 to $4 at the top of betting. Jay Ford on board for Kim Moore.
Well, she has won the 5 from 59 with 20 minor placings. She's very consistent. I'm not sure she's ever raced better.
John, it's Jay Ford.
Together some really good runs this time in. Running for the last start.
Mr. Genius.
With a little bit of cushion in the track today, that only enhances her chances.
Flying Step is number 14 for Bruce Cross and Alicia Collett.
She's capable on the right day. She's won the 3 from 34 with 11 minors. She's been placed 2 or 4 here at Newcastle, and she generally runs her best races on rain-affected tracks. So I think this soft 6 surface will really help her.
Russian Tsarina is number 15 for Karen Outram and Winona Costin.
Finished 3rd at Nara last start behind Far Too Hot. Was able to race on speed that day, and from gate 1 this afternoon, you think she'd be prominent.
Nick Brasero is the last of them, number 16 for Jason Coyle and Tyler Schiller.
Going around at a massive price here, but I wouldn't like to rule her out altogether. She was placed at Nara behind Far Too Hot, 2-back, and then returned to Nara last start and bumped into the same horse when beaten around 3 lengths. Yet to place in 3 runs here at Newcastle, but watch for her late. She might be worth including in the exotics.
Bubba's now into 390 at the top of betting here, so 460 into 390. Second Alex equally on track, or edged in time, and Inferencia, they're both at $6. Ambassador $6.50. Of the others then out to $8.50 for Bluebird Bay. He's just drifted 1.5 and Jumeirah Beach is 9 into $8.50 now out of point to $9.50, and nothing spec at this stage at a longer price. Rothrock is also there in the mix at around that $7.50 quote. So it's $3.90 the favourite, and the top 7 in single figures here. So only about 5.5 points separating the top 7 in betting. Jumeirah Beach went up $21 when markets went up, and is now into a $9.50 quote. So there has been each way money there as they get around to the gates. So race number 6 on the program, Bubba into 380. So she firms once again, and she's going to start a pretty clear-cut favourite at this point. The second leg of the quadding, first leg taken out by Frontex, who fought back off the canvas to defeat Heavenly Kiss with Golden Smile. It was a good first up run back in 3rd spot. So they're making their way around behind the gates. It won't be too long before the loading process gets underway. Richard Friedman on track today with Edged in Time, who comes here second up from a spell, lining up at start number 15. And Richard's over there now with Mick.
Well, etched in time lining up here. What do you make of the first up run there at Canterbury?
Look, I thought it was good. He sort of sat on pace there, and he just got weary, you know, as his first run, and the pace was strong, and he sort of worked hard to get to the spot, and then he kept working hard, and then the last 50 metres, he was sort of one batting it, but they didn't get far away from him, so I thought it was pretty good.
He's a pretty consistent type, isn't he? And when you look at his record from the good draw today, where do you think he'll settle down?
I think he'll be just behind the leaders. It might let a couple go around him, but I don't think he'll be far away. But it just helps him get that 1,500 second up if he can get a bit of a trail into the straight, you know. I think at some stage in the straight you've got to try and get to the front with him, but, you know, not just on the post, you know, before that. But, you know, if he does get there before, I think he'll run it out, and I think he'll be hard to beat.
Coast Watch lines up in the feature about the Newcastle Stakes, and this sort of looks about his level. He looks well placed today.
Well, yeah, I think he's always competitive around the listed Group 3 level. He gets to a Group 2. I'm not sure he'll ever be a Group 1 horse, but who knows? You might get him in a handicap with 52 or something, and he might be, you know, hard to toss. But, yeah, he doesn't mind the ground soft. I was a bit surprised that the ground was downgraded without any rain. You know, that's unusual for here. Yeah, usually upgraded here.
Yeah, I was surprised too. We all saw the good 4 this morning, and we're not sure about that, and we've gone from a 5 to a 6, but I think that's about where it sits currently.
Yeah, I was talking to the jockeys. They said it's riding like a 6, but it's not nearly a 7. They said it's nowhere near a 7. It's only just a 6.
All right, well, best of luck with your runners today.
Thank you.
Good to see you on track, Richard Friedman there with Etched in Time, who comes here second up from a break. He just gets out to $7 on track. Bubba's been a good go here. She's now into 330, and at every call continues to trim up. 460 after scratchings this morning is now into $3.30. So Bubba, one of Harley's old girlfriends, who's been best backed, of which I imagine back in the day there were many memories. Played mail time. Mick, what do you like, race 6?
I'm going to go with Interruptions on top. It's been going around in midways and trying hard. It's had the benefit of a few runs under a belt now, and I know she got an awkward draw, but I just thought she might be suited with that little bit of cut in the ground as well. Bubba's another one that'll appreciate a wet track here today. We're on a soft 6. I've included Ambassadors, who's second up from a spell today after a good run there at Wyre. First up, Bluebird Bale improved off whatever he shows us here today. The trials have been okay. But his 2 runs last preparation were really good. So he does look a horse with a little bit of promise. So I'll go 9, 12, 4 and 8. I've included Etched in Time in the quaddy.
9, 12, 4 and 8. So now into $3.20. Bubba is just having a look at her record on soft and wet tracks. She's terrific on the soft. 17 starts, 2 wins, 8 minors. On the heavy, which is obviously nowhere near heavy, she's at 16 starts, 3 wins, 4 seconds. My point is, she loves the sting out of the track.
Yeah, that's right. She's definitely much better on the rain-affected tracks, and she gets conditions to suit here. She struck a soft 7 there at Gosford last time out, and she really appreciated that in running a really solid placing. And I guess I was starting to go a little bit cold on her when we saw the good 4 earlier today, but with a couple of downgrades, it does look ideal conditions for her, particularly from the good draw.
Bluebird Bay slightly raced, 2 starts last prep and culminated in a win. Second run into the preparation, that was at Hawkesbury. She had a break, or he has, a couple of trials in preparation for this. As Baby Flying Stepbrother moves up into the gates. Bubba, though, best backed. 320 now just touches 330 on course. Now Ambassador's a bit of a rally. Firms up a 1.5 late. It's one of the toughest races to try and dissect, I would have thought, Nick.
Yeah, exactly right. And the betting certainly reflects that. You can make a case for, probably 6 or 7 horses in the race and still miss the winner. So they're moving forward quickly now for race number 6, the second leg of the quaddie. Bubba has got plenty of fans here today, coming off what's been a pretty consistent preparation with a number of minor placings.
Let's go to Luke for the call.
And racing, Rothrock was the first into stride. Favourite Bubba is midfield, even beyond that, and she's got no speed. She's 4th last. Rothrock pounces on the lead, left very well, and shows out from on the outside, Etched in Time.
John, 5 and 15.
Ambassadors, Russians Arena, both handy, being followed by Flying Step, Inferentia going forward. Then Bubba on the rails, followed by Bluebird Bay, Impressiero, then Epicus and Jamira Beach over toward the inside. Only 8 lengths first to last here, and heading to that turn off the back straight. They've got 950 metres to go. Rothrock slows them down. Leads from Etched in Time, and on the outside, Inferentia. Bassadors is between runners, followed by Russian's Arena, then Bluebird Bay 3 wide with a bit of cover. Flying Step, Bubba next, favourite awkwardly placed on the inside, followed by Epicus. Impressive Hero and Jamira Beach up to the home turn. 550 metres to go. Rothrock about to swing. Edged in time, pause on the pressure before the turn, and Inferentia looms up 3 wide. Behind the Ambassadors, followed by Bluebird Bay, Flying Step. Where's Bubba behind a wall? Nowhere to go at the moment. Early in the straight, Inferentia surges up on the outside and bounds to the lead. Inferentia goes for home. 2 lengths edged in time. Jamira Beach railing, Flying Step out of the pack, Bluebird Bay, 100 to go, Inferentia in front, getting tired, Flying Step is coming, Inferentia in front, Flying Step diving, photo,
14. I think you got that 5, John.
Followed by Bluebird Bay, then Bubba in behind those was when they pull up, edged in time, Rothrock, Ambassadors, Impressive Hero, then Russian's Arena and Epicus.
Oh, terrific go this. So Inferencia had hit the front. It looked home and hosed. But on the outside, Flying Step has come hard late. I think we'll miss. Inside might just get it. It'll hang on. Albeit by the width of a tally ho. Will awake the number to go up. It has. 9 wins at Inferencia just.
9-9.
Over the fast finishing Flying Step. Jamira Beach was the one pinching runs over towards the inside and will wind up in 3rd spot. And Bluebird Bay was 4th and nothing went right for Bubba.
9, 14, 5 and 8.
Just in time for dinner.
Yeah, it looked like a plan from Jason Collett to ride Inferentia a little bit ugly today. We know that she'll keep on rallying under pressure. She sat 3 wide. She had to do plenty of work, but it's been a little bit tricky to make up ground from well back today. So from the awkward draw, Jason continued to let her slide forward. She pounced upon the lead at the top of the straight. She was full of running. It did look like she was going to go on for a comfortable enough victory, but just the fact that she travelled 3 deep throughout, she was always going to be vulnerable the last little bit. She just rambled home by the very, very narrow margin. So good effort from Inferentia. She deserved that. She's been going around against better opposition this preparation, and she hasn't been getting beaten all that far. Flying Steps run a cracking race there for Brucey Cross. Really started to launch the last little bit, and Jamira Beach, who had a little bit of support from a longer price in, Aaron Bullock on board, has wound up in 3rd spot. But a good performance from Inferentia.
It's being chastised here for the positioning of the mic. I think live television comes before happy snaps. However, short-haired by a neck, the margins here. 132, 65, 36, 14, last 600 metres. I'll run over and try and grab a quick word to Rebecca Dunn, who's about to grab the mare. She's a beauty.
We'll take a look at the next one.
You absolutely love her. You do.
She means the world to me.
Yeah. She's been so good, hasn't she?
Oh, look, I bred this horse,
Yep.
and it just means she's just everything. I'm sorry.
Go and get her. Go and enjoy it. Isn't that lovely? And that's made Jason Collett's day as well.
2, 8, 1 and 3.
36-14 the last 600 metres. Inferencia wins for the 5th time at start number 26, and she's had 7 minor placings, and that emotion is lovely to see. And she gets emotional, Rebecca, and every time this mare runs well, which invariably is all of the time. And Jason will come over and jump on the scales, and then we'll catch up with him after that win. A mare by inference out of a reward for effort mare in Forever Ranger, who wins today. And we'll see what Jason made of that performance after taking out race number 6. Well done, Jace. That meant the world to Rebecca.
They did, yeah. You can see she loves this mare, and been going really good races, and found the race today.
Yeah, she ran well, didn't she? She shot for home and she did just enough.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about the 50. Could hear them come into the 100, but she quickened so well, and she's in such a lovely rhythm. I was confident, but I was definitely didn't want any further.
You've made her day. Thank you. Yeah, there's Jason Collett after taking out race number 6 on the program. So 132.65, 36.14 the last 600 metres, and when we come back, the next is the big one, the Horsepower Newcastle Stakes, the Group 3, due at 5 to 5.
And we're all very much looking forward to it. But how fantastic was that? The 6th at Newcastle, emotional scenes there. Inferentia managed to take it out with a bit of sibling rivalry in a photo finish there between Jason and Alicia. Flying Step finished second. Jumeirah Beach in the third. Bluebird Bay fourth. 9, 14, 5 and 8 in the sixth. We're going to take a break and then we're off to Dubbo for the sixth there.
All right, this is the seventh one. So the 2 is the favorite. 8, 1 and 3 are there within the odds. Now if we look at the 2 is a 4-year-old mare. It's a group 3 quality race. So let us take a look at the vacations on these horses first. 1 week, 2 week, 20 week, 1 week, 20 week, 30 week. 13 is 30 weeks, 4 is 20 weeks, 1 is 20 weeks. 1 is 20 weeks. This horse is going to be running after 20 weeks. So I don't know what that is going to do. But here is the thing. Why that 4 is not there within the race. Why that 4 is not there within the odds. The 4 is the one which is mildly handicapped. It's a horse with numbers. It's a BB. And if you look at the rails, that thing comes in the third. 1 comes in top, which is after 20 weeks, right? That horse is racing after 20 weeks. 3 and 4, we've got that. 3 probably is with a very good jockey. 4 is in very good hands within the rails. 2 is the 4-year-old mare, which is going to run neutral, 1400 meter neutral. This is something that we have spoken a lot of times. That this is something that we have seen, not spoken, but this is something that we have seen, that the neutral horses, they get a place, but it is very difficult for them to win. That the horse requires a tremendous amount of body weight and a jockey who can handle that situation. It is something similar to like if you have your car which is in neutral. Now if you're going down slope, it will have momentum. If you're going up slope, you will not have momentum. And the entire momentum thing comes through the body weight of the horse. So if the horse is heavy and the jockey is good, then a neutral horse might come in. But a neutral horse on its own winning is very difficult because it will lacks, I mean, that's how things are. It lacks the momentum at the last 200 meters because it doesn't have either the jockey or the body weight to carry a neutral position. That does not mean it doesn't get a position. It gets a position, but it is difficult for that horse to win. So that's what 2 is. And I don't know why 4 is not there. It is well within the rails, and 2 is the favorite. 2, it's a 1400 meter. 2 of the BBs should get in. So that brings in 4 at least with those numbers. And if we look at the gates, those are tailing gates. 5 and 4, 4 and 2, those are tailing gates. Now we talk about the drifts. The drifts are here. These are the drifts. This is a very uncomfortable position on a benchmark race. This is good for a maiden race, but not on a benchmark. Benchmark races are here, with 8 being the highest drift. However, the advantage is definitely with 1, which is after 20 weeks, and then it is 3. So that's gate number 7. Then, and if that gate number 7 is there, if we discount the 1, which is after 20 weeks, then we have to look at that gate number 8, which is after 30 weeks. So the 2 is the favorite. It's a 4-year-old mare. If it has if the jockey is smart, and if the jockey has the understanding of what it needs to be doing on a 1400 meter with that horse, that thing can win. But it totally depends on the jockey. It totally depends on the jockey. If the jockey, this jockey is not one of the best jockeys, that is said and done. It is not one of the best jockeys, but for 2 to win, it's a jockey decision, and his intelligence will come into place. The other thing, that 4 is a check. Why that 4 is not there within the 4 is in one of the best hands. And if we look at the vacations, I think 4 has vacation. 20 weeks. 1, 20 weeks. 4, 20 weeks. Weird. Not getting into it. I'm going to be out. John 4, 2 and 4 Queen. 4 looks good, but they're all going to run after 20 weeks, 30 weeks, 40 weeks. God knows what they're going to do. Today, this was, I mean, if I had Ballard in the, if I had Ballard at the right time, I would have gone with Ballard today. Getting into this track was a disastrous decision today, but that was the only track that was available to me today in the morning when I was preparing the races. And look at what this thing has turned into. I did not put any bets so far in any of the races today, and I will not do it today here. I don't like the way they're racing. I do not like what is happening here. This is not what is a racing experience. A racing experience has to be nice. This is not nice. This is not even close to nice.
He's yeah, no, his runs down there are quite good, so see how we go.
What are your confidence levels like?
Oh, what I'm hoping he does what he did down there. He'll charge on.
You get the 1.5 kilos off for Sienna, and of course you guys had success earlier in the day with Magnace. She gave Magnace just an absolute peach.
Oh, yeah, he was a pass horse. He should have shown much. Yeah, that 2.80. Yeah, should have been about dog rating.
What are you going to do with him now?
Yeah. I'll just wait to see what plays he gets.
Well, you said you're hoping that Cranich here will settle midfield. You've drawn sort of in the middle of the field, so Sienna's got some options there.
Yeah, she's got some options. I said, fifth, sixth. This is where the horse is comfortable. So it's our first run with him and we'll work around.
Best of luck. Doesn't give much away, Michael Mulholland. Doesn't give much away at all. And look, 280 now. So there's been a move for the one, which is Harry Tudor, who I've got him on top. I've gone 1, 2, 7 and 13. I think Harry Tudor's building to something. He's had the 2 runs this preparation, so he's obviously got the fitness advantage or the race advantage over Cranich. Finished 3rd at Scone, 2nd at Dubbo. He's been building up in trip. He hits this 1,300 metres, 3rd up, gets a good draw. Brody Lawyer board. Brett Robb's already had a couple of winners here today, so I'll put him on top. I'm scared stiff of Cranich, though. I won't lie. And Michael Mulholland, he doesn't give much away, but he seemed reasonably bullish about this one's chances. And the market tells you that he's here to run a good race. And as I've mentioned time after time, when these horses come up from Victoria, we saw it in the first race, they come up from Victoria with good form. That holds up here at Central West, so he has to be respected. I've put Bold Bender in for 3rd, the 7, $26. I think that's over the odds. You look at his form going back to February, 3rd at Walter, went for 6, 3rd there. 3rd here behind Take the Chance, and last week was beaten less than a length and finishing 4th. So there's nothing wrong with her form on an each-way basis in a race like this. She'll run you another honest race, and I'll put the 13 Smart by in for 4. I think she is the big improver here. I don't think we saw the best of her at Corindi there on Cup Day. She was wide. She just had no luck at all. I think a tongue tie going on, a softer draw. We can see an improvement from her because she did look reasonably smart at the trials. So 1, 2, 7 and 14 for me here in race number 6, the second leg of today's quaddie. If you're just joining us, the first leg of the quaddie was taken out by number 9, Telemar, ridden by Jake Tracy Holmes for Carlos Antonio. Race 4 on today's card, Bruce's Boy won at start number 3 for Michael Lunn and Emma Lee. Race 4, well, we had a false start. And we had one scratch because they didn't get a fair start in take 2. And ultimately was taken out by Nimble Star for Brett Robb, Michael Hegney. Race 2, Magnace, we just mentioned with Michael Mulholland. That horse hit one race number 2, beating the Euro Choice. Tracked it everywhere it went through the run and had a superior turn of foot at the top of the straight. And race number 1, Miss Clamoroso got the job done for Brett Robb and Michael Hegney. First start in the area for the former Victorian filly by Written Tycoon. $2.90 now about this favourite, which is Harry Tudor. $3.20, so a rally for Cranich. $9 LaGracia, $10 for number 3 Kurashinzo, and the rest of them. Not sure, but $8.50 just tripped back up as well. But we're on start time here for race number 6. Head up to the callers box to Colt Rogers.
And also Juliet Bravo. Winning Road's about to come up. And National Racing Service, Kevin Wolf, hosting there. And first look at the Daily Double, they're about to go here. Stand by. All set here. Off and racing Kurashinzo, Chula Bud, Harry Tudor, Juliet Bravo all begin pretty quickly. Let Rip going back along the rails. Greenwich is up running about 6. Just behind it was Smart Buy. Bold Bender goes around them quickly. Winning Rain's getting a fair way back. Like Gracio's a long way off them. And for Wazi was last of all. So Nugget Smart takes up the running now. Kicked away 2.5 lengths on Harriet Tudor. Going around the outside, Bold Bender. And fourth in Juliet Bravo. Tulip Wood was fifth. A break back then to going around the outside now was Winning Rain. Shinzo's back in that bunch and Let Rip about to make ground. Smart Buy's a long way off them with La Gracia, and Fawazi is tailed off. Nugget Smart will lead up to the home turn. Harry Tudor quickly on the scene. Further out, Bold Bender. In behind them was Tulip Wood, who's going to be taken back along the fence. Harry Tudor had gone up to Nugget Smart. Tulip Wood's getting home well along the rails. It's Harry Tudor. They're coming from the back of the field now. Like Gracia is coming home well. Harry Tudor, Tulip Wood, and Nugget Smart. Tulip Wood's getting the run through near the inside, and Tulip Wood has won from Smart by Fraster on the inside. And it's in a photo for second there with Harry Tudor. Like Gracia was finishing on well right down the outside. Just behind them was Nugget Smart. Out wide with Juliet Bravo making some ground. Winning Rain followed in there, Bakura Shinzo, Bold Bender, Greenwich. Fairway back to Let Rip and Fawazi.
14, Tulip Wood, Grant Buckley riding for Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald pays $8.80 and $2.60. Wins race number 6. We thought Smart Buy might improve, and she did just that. She'll finish second. Chelsea Hillier up the inside. The filly there for Rod Northam. I fancy Harry Tudor might finish in third place ahead of maybe the one down the outside there, the 12, La Gracia, who got out of her ground early and hit the line well. But I fancy it's 14, 13, 1 and 12, Tulip Wood, the filly by Russian Revolution, breaks through at start number 2, and no better way to break through than in a $50,000 super maiden, given the run of the race there by Grant Buckley. So we'll make those numbers official shortly, but I do fancy 14, 13, 1 and 12 here on race number 6, Kirsten.
It's a fantastic win there by Grant Buckley on Tulip Wood. It was great to see Grant Buckley back in the winner's circle. He was obviously sidelined for a long time through injury. He came back with an absolute bang, riding winner after winner, and it continues. So wonderful to see there. Tulip Wood for Annabelle Neesham and Robert Archibald had the soft draw of barrier 2 and relished it at odds of around the $8 mark. So we'll put the official dividends up on your screen as soon as we get them through. But we do need to turn our attention now to the 7th at Newcastle. It is the big one. The Group 3 Newcastle Stakes over the 1,400 metres. Macarena, Sandpaper, Amenable, Coastwatch. These are some great names that are going around here in this Group 3. Money flows for the top 2. Macarena, $3.60 to $2.60. And Sandpaper, $5.50 to $3. Let's head straight over to Newcastle and join Gav Carmody and Mick Wallace for the feature.
Okay, Kirsten, big one of the day, Horsepower Newcastle Stakes, formerly the Newmarket, 1,400 metre Group 3 worth $250,000, and we start with Amenable. This terrific record. He's won 2 of 18, 5 minors, and over 800,000 already. First up, and he goes well for us. Chad Schofield on board for Mick Price and Mick Kent Jr.
Yeah, look, I really do think he's close to the class runner here. He's won the 2 from 18. Both of those wins have come first up, and that's where he presents today. Hasn't been seen at the race. He had races since October, finishing 11th there in the Alan Brown Stakes behind Here to Shop. The trials have been really good. I think he'll get back off the speed a little bit, but I thought he might be able to get over the top of them late, and I think he represents a bit of value.
Now we go to the favourite Macarena at $2.50 coming here second up. Tyler Schiller on board for the Hawks family.
Yeah, look, he was sent out a short price favourite there, first up at Rose Hill in the Millie Fox at Group 2 level. Sat on the speed and just got a little bit tired the last little bit. She's a horse that generally takes a big leap forward, second up from a spell, so I think she'll get a good run up on top of the speed, and I can see why she's favourite.
On to number 3, this is Coastwatch at $7.50 for Richard Wilfried and Ashra Willer.
Last time out at Rose Hill, finishing 4th there behind you, Cass, only beaten 2.5 lengths. We caught up with Richard Friedman earlier, and and he was happy enough with him. He was a Sandown winner going back to the 25th of January. This is kind of his level, around that sort of Group 3 listed grade, and he presents well in the yard.
Now we go to Grabini. He's a winner. He's won 7 of 19. First up today for Gerald Ryan, selling Alexio and Karen McAvoy.
Yeah, it's a great win strike rate, isn't it? Only had the one run last preparation. That was at Eagle Farm in the Tattersalls Members Cup at listed level. Didn't quite measure up there behind it, Yellow Brick. I think he's a horse who will probably benefit from having this hit out today. He's a better horse second up.
On to Bel Air we go, number 7, the Victorian for Anthony and Sam Friedman and Regan Bayless.
Yeah, I don't think he's completely out of this. You look at his last run there at Rosehill Gardens on the 22nd of February, albeit it probably slightly less at grade, was only beaten 2.5 lengths by Ducasse. I think they'll probably push forward. He'll settle down the first 3 or 4, and I wouldn't be surprised if he got into the placings.
Sandpaper is a model of consistency, if nothing else. Number 8, hard in the market for Bjorn Baker and Timmy Clark.
He's had a wonderful preparation. A winner at Wyong first up, followed that up with 3 metro placings, the latest being at Randwick, finishing second there behind at Yorkshire, who we know has got plenty of upside. No weight on his back this afternoon. He'll push forward with Tim Clark in the saddle. He's been very well supported in the market. Looks at a leading light.
Perfect sort at $21 chance. In from 26 is the 9 for John Sargent and Molly Burke.
Look, he can fix his form a little bit. Went around last time out at Randwick, finishing 7th behind with your blessing. Was beaten less than 5 lengths there. Did cover a bit of extra ground, so he did have a genuine excuse. This looks a tough test, though.
Very good spin, the last of them, but Matt Smith and Jay Ford down the bottom.
A 4-time winner from 23 career starts, presuming from a spell this afternoon. Generally does come to hand quite quickly. He's had 4 first-up runs for a win and 2 minors.
Okay, riders up. They'll head out shortly here for the Newcastle Stakes. Macarena 260 in favourite. Further money Sandpaper is now into 290. Way things are trending. Might have a challenge for favouritism. Amenable very solid at around that $6 quote. Then Coast Watch at $7.50. So this is over the 1,400 metres. I'll try and catch up with Sterling Alexio. Speaking of Grabini, and they're about to head out. And he's about to join us now. Grabini was winner of 7 of his 19 starts. He knows how to win this float, doesn't he?
He's a tough customer. He's resuming off a throat operation, and historically he's not a great first-up horse, but he's prepared well for today. We'll just let the speed go. Kieran will get him in a good rhythm, and hopefully he's hitting the line well.
He'll like the big track here.
He will. He's had one go here before, and he won his maiden here, but he ran here on a heavy track one day. He's no good on very wet ground, and it is quite soft here today, but he's in for a good prep, but he'll improve off whatever he does today.
You trialled him recently at Randwick?
He did. We'd humming and hawing about giving him another trial, but Kieran thought he was pretty ready to go straight to the races, so he's pretty naturally athletic horse. He's not going to take a lot of improvement condition-wise, but he does tend to step well off that first-up run, so just looking forward to getting him back, and hopefully he's in the right frame of mind and hitting the line well.
He's got a massive ownership group, and every time he's won, particularly in Sydney, they absolutely love it.
He does, and they know how to celebrate a win properly.
Let's hope they can do it today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. There's Sterling Alexio with Grappini. Of course, Sterling and Gerald prepare this 5-year-old. All right, about to head out, Mick. What do you like in the big one?
I'm going to go with Amenable on top. First up from a spell. Overall form's very good. I know there's only the 2 wins on the CV. From 18 starts, but is used to racing against top quality opposition. You go back and look at some of the peak performances of this galloper, and it's easy to be impressed. Did finish second there in the Group 1 All Age behind Magic Time, going back to April last year, and that looks like pretty strong form, doesn't it? Recent trial there at Rosehill was good. Finished 4th behind Glint of Silver. Both wins have come first up. I think he'll get back a little bit, but if he can pick his way through the field, I thought around about that $6 mark looked good value. I've got Macarena in for second. I think on face value, there were plenty of punters that thought that she was pretty disappointing first up. In saying that, she's never really been a first up horse. She's had 2 placings from 4 first up runs now, and has won 2 from 3 second up. So you would think she'd take a big leap forward here today. She'll make her own luck up on top of the speed. She's a very talented mare. We'll put in 8 Sandpaper, who my first thought was that maybe he's racing a touch out of his grade, but he's just so consistent. He's got no weight on his back. He'll roll forward and be in it for a long way. And I've included Coast Watch. is another one that's holding form well. Was good at Rosehill last time out when finishing fourth there behind Ducasse, only beaten 2.5 lengths, and that followed a win at Sandown on the Lakeside track going back to late January. So I've marked them 1, 2, 8 and 3. Good race.
In terms of the speed, what unfolds here?
Well, look, I'd imagine Macarena would be one of those that would be pushing forward. There's only 8 in it, but I think I'll go along at a reasonable speed. Sandpaper's another one that you know is going to be quite prominent. Outside of that, Coastwatch, you'd imagine, be looking to settle, sort of find a little bit of cover. Amenables will be going back, and they're the main chances in the race. So, yeah, maybe Sandpaper or Macarena to take it up.
Okay, so Macarena, I think they're the colours carried by Clever Zoe, who only had a handful of start going back to the 90s. Goodness me, wasn't she quick? I'm certain the fluorescent yellow were carried by her a long time ago.
Yeah, well, there you go. I know that's
Two looks good. Two looks good.
They say these days, it's a wheelhouse. I have no idea what it means, so I get the general gist of it.
It's just the jockey needs to be a little smart to do the right thing with that horse. Two is looking good.
That's where it starts and stops. Macarena, 270 in favour. They kept the Amenable very safe. We know he goes well fresh.
Yeah, that's right. Around about that $6 mark, I think he looks like good. He's at good.
Well, then again,
value price.
it's neutral. We'll see. It'll get a place, that is for sure. There's no problem getting a place.
Up the straight,
but
to grab one of the Friedman boys to find
whether
out.
it wins.
Here's the Macarena just. Sandpaper has been back consistently and continuously since markets went up.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's in the informed stable. Bjorn Baker's having a tremendous run at the moment. And as I said in the preview this morning, you told me that
they eat it up completely.
One of the favourites for a Newcastle Stakes. Probably wouldn't have believed you, but he's just in great form at the moment. He'll get up on top of the speed and he'll prove very hard to get past.
On Coastwatch, she's at 7:51. A stakes rate, as you said, on the Lakeside track at Sandown, going back to January, and then ran fourth in the James Roos behind Ducasse at Rose Hill the other day by 1,400 metres, and tackles the same trip today. So this race, steep with history, particularly when it was known as the Newmarket. For the last couple of years at least, it has been the Newcastle Stakes, and it is always the main race during the autumn version of the carnival here at Newcastle.
Yeah, only 8 going around, which I suppose is a little bit disappointing, but I think the quality's still there. Macarena has got very good overall form, second up from a spell today. If you go back and have a look at the last run before going for a break, finished fourth in the Golden Eagle there behind Lake Forest, only beaten just over a length. Before that was third in the Invitation behind Belclair. So that's a tip-top form, isn't it? And I gave her a big pass mark for her first up run, fourth at Rosehill Gardens behind Firestorm. In saying that, I didn't take the $1.65, so I know a few people got burnt on that occasion.
Now, Perfect Thought, here's one at a price, $26 into 18 for Sarge, that's had a bit of each way support.
Yeah, that's interesting. Didn't have a lot of luck last time out in only a moderate affair, I would have thought, when finishing 7th there at Randwick behind With Your Blessing, beaten around 5 lengths. Did cover extra ground. Maybe, getting to 1,400 metres on the big track from a soft draw, might be able to get into the top 3.
Okay, so just to Macarena shading the well-back Sandpaper at the top of betting. As I say, Amenable kept very safe, so to Coastwatch, and that move at a longer price. Perfect Thought, $26, got into 19, is now firmed again. That is a $17 chance, so they're about to come up. And we're racing for $250,000 here at Group 3 level. So just the 8, but despite lacking in terms of numbers, it is certainly not lacking in terms of quality, as they're about to come up, Mick.
Yeah, exactly right. And it looks like they're going to be called up any moment now. Macarena, listening to Gary Harley on the radio this morning, he was making her his best bet on the program. She's certainly got plenty of class. She's won the 3 from 14. She's got a great second up record. She's won 2 from 3 second up in the past. Then you've got Sandpaper from the Bjorn Baker stable. It seems like everything that camp sends out at the moment is winning or going close enough to just that. Runner-up at Randwick last up behind at Yorkshire, and that followed a second place finish behind the same horse the start prior. So with just 54 kilos on his back, you can see why he's got plenty of fans.
Okay, the last handful moving up now. There's Amenable going up into the gates. He's had the 6 goes first up at 2 wins and a couple of placings. And he's been just out to 6.50 late in proceedings after sitting at $6. But this is our feature event, the Group 3s. We head upstairs for the Newcastle Stakes to Luke Marlowe.
Ride him along to make him go to the gates. That's why they flagged it, but he's all good to go, and we're good to go. Group 3, Newcastle Stakes, field ready to run. Macarena bouncing around. She's towing the gates, they're racing. Macarena jumped okay, showing speed. Sandpaper, he was away brilliantly. And he burrows up to lead. Sandpaper from Macarena. Coast Watch wide the outside going forward. Just behind them was Perfect Thought. Bel Air centre field. Then Grabini on the inside of Amenable. And 5 lengths away was Miracle Spin. It's Sandpaper and Coast Watch, the joint leaders. 950 metres to go. Macarena gets a lovely trail. She's camped right on their hammer, racing third. Followed by Perfect Thought. Then Bel Air, Grabini, Amenable second last. And last was Miracle Spin. Sandpaper rolls. He races to the side in the Newcastle Stakes. He led by 2 lengths on Coast Watch, camping on his hammer. Behind those horses, Macarena. Then came Perfect Thought. A break of 2 lengths, Grabini. He's just pegged away on the inside of Bel Air, and Amenable's about 6 from the lead, second last. And Miracle Spin can see them all, top of the straight. Sandpaper led, trying to grind them down. He's 1 in front. Coast Watch being cuddled by Nash in second. And so too Macarena, the outside, about to be called upon. Grabini's coming through with a strong run, but Sandpaper kicks. At the 200 metres, he's 2 in front. Grabini getting through, Amenable later. It's coming with a massive run down the outside. Here comes Amenable. He's after Sandpaper, 50 to go. Sandpaper, Amenable. Sandpaper! Sandpaper's won it.
They ate it completely. I can't believe it.
Who surged, but he just missed. Grabini's run third. In behind those, Photo for 4, Perfect Thought and Bel Air. Macarena disappointed. Then came Miracle Spin and Coast Watch near the end. Oh, Sandpaper defies them all, and this winning run, it is quite phenomenal that this stable, Björn Baker, combining with Timmy Clark to stave off Amenable, who got out of the pack and was going to get close, but couldn't quite reach the margin. It's Sandpaper clings on to win. A brilliant front-running ride by Timmy Clark, but Björn wins over Amenable, who tried his heart out first up. Grabini, what a tremendous return that was for a horse that not noted first up performer. And fourth is pretty tight. It'll do just enough, does Sandpaper, to win the Newcastle Stakes.
Yeah, what a magnificent performance this 5-year-old by Schnitzel brings up his 5th career win at start 27. You knew he was going to get a nice run up on top of the speed, but he just kept kicking. Amenables was gone enormous there from the back of the field. We haven't seen anything come from last all day, and has launched it. Maybe even looked the winner at the 100-metre mark. Sprinted quickly, but first up might have peaked on the run 50 from home, and that was a really good performance as well in defeat. But Sandpaper wins, was heavily back late in the piece, and actually was sent out favourite. Was favourite ahead of Macarena when they jumped.
So the numbers here, 8, 1 and 4 and 9. The horse they expect of Sarges at a price Perfect Thought will wind up in 4th spot, a long head by a length. The margins, the Sandpaper wins for the 5th time at start number 27. Luke Hilton on track today for Björn Baker, and Luke's about to come over after that performance. Wow, you said it earlier in the day and you were spot on. It's been a revelation.
Yeah, it's been
So here is what happened, all right? Let's just give it a benefit of doubt that it was a neutral horse and it did not do anything. People had the pool is huge on 3 because of the jockey. It had a very good jockey. That 3 did not get through. All right. That 3 did not get through. The one actually that went through is this one, which was this probably the second best in handicapping with the horses. So that thing went through. It was the highest drift. Let's say we give it a benefit of doubt that that was the right number. 1, I mean, the 2 did not get through with anything. Which is more surprising is that 9 getting through. which is very, very surprising, because this is a way of I mean, how do we know that we are not at the right place? All right. I mean, numbers, they do not lie. This is a horse which is supposed to be getting a place in a maiden race. That is what we've been doing. The maiden race, we've got that 11, we've got that 6 in the first one or the second one. But the 9 is not supposed to be there. It is not supposed to be there. There's no way this can happen. But it happened here. But it happened here. So this is, I mean, when we try and analyze the trend on the track, it is very important to understand what exactly are they up to, and whatever they're up to is very funny, very, very funny. This is not supposed to be getting in any position. This is not the horse to even consider. And the surprising thing is the 2 did not even get in the top 4. The 2 did not even get in the top 4. That does not happen. A neutral horse cannot win. It's difficult for a neutral horse to win, but it'll get a place at least. Brilliant, Newcastle. Brilliant. Eight. 4 and 13 has been scratched. Six, 1, 9, and 7. So let's see what has happened so far. Okay. Not the favorite. Not the favorite. This one was one of the favorites. Not the favorite. This one was a favorite. So 2. Not the favorite. Not the favorite. And this is this probably will go with the favorite. We'll take a look and we'll see.
It's a great achievement if you can do it. And I don't care which one it is.
The Golden Slipper is still the number one. It's so difficult to buy yearling, nurture it, develop it, and let it harness its own speed, and then everything to go right on the lead up. They're so fragile as a horse. So many things can go wrong so quickly, and if you're a colt, you're really shaping the breeding industry for generations to come. So I think in the autumn, I think the Golden Slipper still probably takes the cake.
Plenty of races in the autumn we haven't won, but I'd say in terms of the partnership, I don't believe we could won at Doncaster. Dragon obviously had a Redwood record in that race. The stable has in general, but as far as the partnership goes, something I'd love to be able to tick off and continue that tradition. I think everyone wants to win a Golden Slipper for a special race, especially for Doncaster.
Golden Slipper. Haven't won a plenty stakes. Just trying to win.
All right, this is the 8th one here at Newcastle. We know the odds. The odds are 6, 1, 9, and 7. That 6 is the favorite. Okay. If we look through the rails, it's a 1300 meter. The rails will matter. And it's a 415 meters straight. So the one which is through the rails is actually 5. It's a BB. And that's what it is. The 6, on the other hand, it is the favorite. It's a good horse. It has advantage on the distance. But if we look at what's going on with the handicapping, the linear is 2, which is well within the rails, and it's not even there. It's a 1300 meter. It is not even there within the odds. It's a strange thing that is happening. So that is the linear. It is probably one of the best horses, best fits. It's in good hands. And there's a lot of pointers going on for this particular horse, number 2. And I kind of look at, if you look at 6 is, if we look at 6, where is 6? 6 is here. 6 is adrift, all right? And if this was a maiden race, this thing 11 would have been a check, but it's not a maiden race. 6 comes into a drift. If we look at the advantage, it has advantage. All right, it has advantage. Right after this one, 6 is the one with the advantage. It's there. 6 is there. As a drift, 6 is there. Here, the 3 is a neutral. We've seen what happens to neutral horses. So that's a neutral. 1 is the highest drift, but the advantage is definitely with 6. Through the rails, it is 1 and 5, which is there, and 1 probably has the best jockey, but it has 21 races. The scores is not impressive. It's got 3 league races. 3, on the other hand, is a neutral horse with 2 league races and all that. But the question is, where is 2? Why 2 is not there within the odds? And that's pretty surprising. I am not going to be a part of this. This thing has been playing absolutely disastrous today here at Newcastle. I am not going to be a part of this one, but when they do such things, it is actually a clueless situation. We don't even I honestly don't know which way to go, because this is absolutely disastrous. But we have very strong indicators on 2. 2 is the linear. It's a 1300 meter. How the 2 is not there within the odds is a very big question. That 2 is not there. And the 5 has 5, 1, 2, even 3 for that matter. Let's say 3 is there within the rails. 1, 3, and 2. 5 is the one through. If we give it a benefit of doubt that 3 has a declining team, plus it's a neutral horse, let's say we do not consider 3, still 2 is there, 1 is there, 5 is there, 6 is not the one which is in a winning position, it's a good horse. It'll get a spot. That is for sure, unless they play it exactly what they did with that 2 here, which they are quite capable of doing. But when we're looking at 2, the 2 is definitely a threat, which is there. The 5 is a threat, which is there. And that's more or less what's going on. 12 is also in very good hands. Probably there 12 is in very good hands with one of the best jockeys. But 1 has the best jockey. It's the largest drift. And 2 is the one which is the linear horse. It's a 1300 meter. A linear is the first one to be there within the odds. The linear has to be there. The linear is nowhere within the odds. I'm out, and I suggest you be wise in what you're doing. Sully, welcome back, Sully. What is that? Did you see what's going on, Sul? Yeah, 8 J Ford, the genius, John.
Both occasions, this is obviously a step up in grade from what he has been.
Man, I can't tell you, this is not what I woke up for. This is not it. I wake up at 3 in the morning and this is what I have to deal with.
I think the horse probably could be looking for a little bit further than 1200, then going back to 1100.
I hate it. Absolutely out.
A sticky draw, but he seems pretty versatile. He can get himself into a good spot.
Yeah, I spoke about that with Jody. You know, he's a versatile horse. There's plenty of speed in the race, so I told him to go back and get a bit of cover. Yeah, he seems to be a pretty tractable horse, so I don't think he'll ever withdraw that.
In the last race today, you've got Rouge Moulin. Both runs this preparation have been good. Obviously, he's heading towards Canberra next weekend.
Yeah, no, he's come back good. The horse, his 2 starts, man. Yeah, very good, I thought. And up to 1300 will suit. He's drawn a bit sticky. Got a bit of weight. We put Tilly on today, but yeah, look, if he gets a bit of luck from the draw, I think yeah, he'd be very hard to beat today.
You obviously had 2 winners already today. You've got these runners coming up in the last 2. Which one are you more confident in?
Probably Rouge Milan if he can get a bit of luck from the gate. I think he's raced well, back to a 58 today. Yeah, probably.
Best of luck with them both.
Thank you very much.
There he is, Brett Robb, always very kind with his time. 320 this favourite, so on the drift. We're just about on start time. The money is coming for the 9, which is Syrian Star for Rod Northam, Grant Buckley in the saddle. Now $3.60 and now $3.50. So if this trend continues, there's every chance that Capital Mac, unless there's a rally, may not start favourite. $6 into $3.50 for Syrian Star. First up from a break today off that recent Scone trial. I've gone 5, 11, 10 and 8. I think it's pretty progressive type, Capital Mac. Look, I know I take on board what Brett Robb said there about, you know, and there you go. 340 now, Syrian Star, 350 Capital Mac. So your new favourite, I'm going to stick with Capital Mac though. I think he'll run very, very well. He's been good with his 2 starts since joining the stable. Provence Creek goes around over the odds. He's got form around all the right horses. Has the inside draw today. Preferred the 10 Stratified. I think he can run a cheeky race in form at the moment. And the 8 I've put in for 4th there. Press brief statement. She doesn't know how to run a bad race either, but it's one of those races. The horse that's ended up favourite, I don't have any my numbers. They're a very good, even bunch of sprinters. And Syrian Star now at your $3.40 favourite. Capital Mac's been $2.30 out to $3.60. Smart and Dapper, $8 into $5 on the quick back up from that run at the 1400 last week. Stratified's just out to $7.50. Brogan's Creek's been 11s into $9.50. Brief statement out to $11. How's it Kev's there at $15, and Dubbo Wanderer off the back of that placing in the Lightning at Corindi last time. A $26 chance. We're behind start time here for race number 7. I'm sure they'll do the loading process very quickly over there, so we'll throw up the polls to call.
And Jordan Quince, the apprentice to Alison Smith, the trainer she rides it. Smart and Dapper is about to come up. Dubbo Wanderer, Syrian Star, Stratified is racing very, very well, and Capital Mac outside gate. A bit tricky from this outside gate out of the 1100 because they race more or less straight onto a turn, onto the side. And that's really got the blows here. Number 5, Capital Mac. I like this horse, but $2.50 out to $3.60. And it'll be the last one in Capital Mac. So Cody Ness is going to have to weave a bit of magic here from this wide gate against a very, very smart lineup in the Hibernian handicap. Race 7 on the card here today at Dubbo. So the last one moves in Capital Mac, and they're about to go here. Stand by. As Capital Mac moves up on the outside, red lights on. Often Racing, Brogan's Creek won the start. Dubbo Wanderer was showing plenty of early pace. Capital Mac is right off the track, and Stratified's also up handy. How's it Kev gets back to 5th, a brief statement. Followed then by Smart and Dapper. All Words and Syrian Star is last as they wheel on the side, and Dubbo Wanderer kicked away and led a couple of lengths now on Stratified. Capital Mac around the outside of Brogan's Creek. How's it Kev was still in a handy spot. Smart and Dapper goes around them. Syrian Star from last to stay and make ground, then brief statement. And All Words. Dubbo Wanderer will lead for home. Coming at it now, further out was Capital Mac putting in its run. Further out in the track there, Smart and Dapper, and Syrian Star is right down the outside. Capital Mac went up to Dubbo Wanderer, Smart and Dapper on the outside. Syrian Star starting to get home well. Capital Mac is trying to get to them. Stratified is fighting back well. Dubbo Wanderer, Brogan's Creek. They're coming down the line. Brogan's Creek just in front. Driving through now. It's How's it Kevin? How's it Kevin?
110.11.
Stratified, Brogan's Creek. Capital Mac, Smart and Dapper out wide, then Dubbo Wanderer, Syrian Star, brief statement, and All Words.
All right, how's it Kev? We thought it'd be too short. It wasn't. Gets the job done here for Alison Smith. Pays $18.40 and $3.90. Ridden by Jordan Quince, the 4 kilo claiming apprentice. Stratified's run well. Brogan's Creek, another honest run. I'm just having a look there for 4th between Capital Mac and Smart and Dapper. We'll leave that one to the judges, but how's it Kev? That's win number 7, start number 42. We'll make our way over and catch up with Alison Smith, and I think she'll be as surprised as anyone because we spoke to her earlier and she was just getting a race in to go to Orange in a couple of weeks' time. She'd gone around in the Mudgee Cup with this horse last time out, just coming back in trip today. We'll get Alison to make her way over. She's got a big grin on her face. I'm not sure if that's excitement or surprise, Alison.
Look, his first up run here behind a pretty good horse in Gallant Star was pretty good. I haven't done a lot with him from his last start. Had a pretty hard run in the Mudgee Cup. And just wanted it for fitness, but hey, we'll take it.
He's been a great horse for you, hasn't he? I mean, you had him early, you lost him, you've got him back now, and he's just a ripper.
Oh, he certainly is. And look, to be honest, I think he runs for this girl. She got him out and had him. I said to Nathan, he's running 3rd or 4th. I said I thought he'd be a bit run off his legs first, furlong, but look, kudos to Jordan. She's got him going well.
I was going to ask you about Jordan because she's your apprentice and she's only early in her career, but you're giving her plenty of opportunities, and I'm sure you can see the improvement she's making.
Oh, mate, she's getting better and better every week. She just needs a few more opportunities. She does. Well, she's not a 4 kilo kid anymore, and she certainly didn't ride like a 4 kilo kid. Yeah.
I'll let you go and get him.
Right.
There she is, Alison Smith, the winning trainer. Jordan Quince is the winning rider. Now, 1, 10, 11 and 6 the numbers. So number 6 has finished 4th, and that is Smart and Dapper. Capital Mac finishes fifth, 3/4 of a length by a long nectar margins. They've run 1:2.94 for the 1100 metres. Not bad for a horse coming off, well, 2 1400s and 2 1600s at the past 4 starts. A tough run in the Mudgee Cup last time out. We'll get Jordan to make her way over. She was about to get congratulated. You had to brush the congratulations until you weigh in, but great ride, Jordan. Well done. He's a lovely horse. Alison was a bit unsure about dropping back in trip today, but geez, he sprinted when you let him go.
Yeah, no, definitely. We were unsure about this distance. We were trying to prep him to run over a mile next meeting at Orange. So this was just kind of a fitness run. But honestly, the distance doesn't matter for this horse. You know, he's so good. Like, he'll just get out there and he does the job. And it's a really good horse.
She had good speed out of the gate. She had him in a lovely position.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the intent was to just go forward, even just to tack on and stay with them, than just to kind of get wriggling. I wanted to go a bit sooner I wanted to go a bit sooner, but I couldn't. But, you know, the space opened up down the straight and he just went when I asked, and it was really good.
It was a very handy field. At what point did you think you had the race won?
Oh, probably not until about just before the winning, well, a little bit further before the winning post, but yeah, I was like, no, we're going to win, and yeah, it was great.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
There she is, Jordan Quince, the winning rider here. Race 7, How's It Kev, 1, 10, 11 and 6. Stratified second, Brogan's Creek in third, Smart and Dapper in 4th place. Back to you, Kirsten.
Thanks, Ben. A great ride there by Jordan Quince on How's It Kev at 18:43.90. Managed to hold off Stratified at 2:10. Brogan's Creek 2:40. Smart and Dapper in the 4th spot. 1, 10, 11 and 6. Taking a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central, and then it's the lucky last at Newcastle.
Yes.
$2.60 favourite in from $5.50. Drawn awkwardly, but that hasn't deterred punters at all, especially with Jason Collett in the saddle. Our Impress Zoe is $12 to $8.50. Joining it at odds of $8.50 is at McKeon. Elba is at $9 solid, and then it's $10 or more for the rest. So can the favourite have punters cheering in the last? Well, we can tell a lot from the parade ring as we join Gav Carmody and Mick Wallace for the final time.
Okay, Kirsten, final event of the day. Fillies and mares lining up in a benchmark 68 to wrap up Newcastle Stakes over 1,300 metres. Mick, let's have a look at them. We start with an $8 chance in our Empress Zoe. First up, for Nick Price, Mick Kent Jr. and Molly Fitzgerald.
Yeah, she's a mare that generally improves when she gets a little bit deeper into the preparation. She has been placed 1 of 3 fresh in the past. She looks ready to go if her recent Randwick trial wins anything to go by, defeating Calmato quite comfortably there over the 1,050 metres. Big weight, an awkward draw. She's going to need a few things to fall her way.
On to number 2, this is Elba. Now by Fastnet Rock for Anthony and Sam Friedman and Ben Osmond.
And the Victorian visitor on the last couple of runs down south have been only fair. The latest being on the 5th of February, finishing at the tail of the field at Sandown on the lakeside there behind Rick and Blythe. Albeit only 3 lengths from the winner. Maybe the change of scenery will really spark her up.
On to Pioneer Lass we go. Here's number 3 for Maddie Smith and Alicia Collett.
I think she'll run well today. She hasn't had a lot of luck in her 2 runs back from a spell. Finished last at Warwick Farm behind Simtella last time out, but figured in the Stewards report there. She's a mare that doesn't mind a bit of a cut in the ground, so with us being on a soft 6 track, I think she'll really appreciate that.
Lenurse is TAB number 5, a last start winner for David Atkins and Aaron Bullock.
It was good to see her break back into the winner's circle here on a soft 7 track last time out, defeating Pensativa and Affirmato. There wasn't much in it in the end. It was only a narrow margin, but a good draw again today. She's got a little bit of tactical speed. She'll be right there when the whips are cracking.
Titanium Miss, the favourite, has been clearly best bet, and they've been backing her since markets went up today. She's 330 to 270 for Tracy Bartley and Jason Collett.
Yeah, she's the one I like. I just think she's got a touch of class, this girl. I thought she might have done a little bit more first up there at Rosehill Gardens when beaten around 6 lengths by Imperial Force, but she is a second up winner in previous preps. A bit of a sticky gate, but I think she's got the speed to offset that.
Number 7 is Soiree La for Robert Quinn and Keegan Latham.
Yeah, an interesting runner. Has won the 3 from 17. Runner up at Gosford last time out over the 1,200 metres behind Artie Bet. Was sent out a $3.40 favourite. Thought she stuck to her guns quite well that particular afternoon. And she's been racing well all preparation. She's got to be seriously considered again.
Number 8 is Curvette for Kristen Buchanan and Jay Ford.
I've always liked her. I think Patch is a little bit limited, but I thought the first up run was a pass mark. Finished 8 behind Welcome to Barbados, beaten around 5 lengths. It looked like she was going to make a bit of a dash at them, and maybe her condition just gave out. She has been placed second up in the past.
Yes, pass mark indeed. On to McKeon. Then we go the 9 for Joe Burgess and Karen McAvoy.
Has won the 3 from 17 and has won here at Newcastle in the past as well. Doesn't mind a rain-affected track and wasn't beaten far at Port Macquarie last start when finishing second behind at Sumo Fish, and what was a really good performance there in the Country Championships qualifier.
Now the stable-rated Lenurse for David Atkins is Shoal Deep number 10 and the rider Will Stanley.
Yeah, this 4-year-old mare's only had the 14 starts for 2 wins and 6 minor placings. One of those wins did come here at Newcastle. Was placed at this track last start behind Zeus Saint Bolt. Maybe one to include for the exotics.
Can expect greater is number 11 at $18 chance at Jason Coyle and Mitchell Bell.
He's got different form lines here. A winner of a Class 1 down there in the nation's capital last start, defeating Ramius by over a length. That was over the 1,200 metres, stepping up slightly in distance today from the soft draw can run well.
Leandra at number 12 is a $12 chance. Tom Sherry riding for the Guttards.
Yeah, just not sure where she's at the moment. We know that on the right day she can certainly produce the goods. Last time out at Hawkesbury finished 4th behind Moncana, appeared to have every chance.
And special day, the last of them first up for Paul Perry and Molly Burke.
They'll be eligible for easier races than this. Last preparation wrapped things up over the 2,260 metres when sixth behind Fun Sunday. So she's a mare that probably needs a little bit of ground to really produce her best.
Just over 5 minutes out from the final event on the program. This back clearly, Titanium Miss, one of the better goes of the day now into $2.50. As having a look down the board, Leandra is around that $12 mark. Nice and fit today.
I'm out of this thing.
Oh, Jason, Leandra, she's a rock hard fit. She's been racing
But
well.
just to keep the standards and the ratings, they might just give the favorite in this race. The favorite has, it's not on a winning position,
Tommy just said he's going to let
but
it just jump and just
since the track has
handy enough without being right up there and just
done what they had to do today, it's the last race,
Right, so fingers crossed, and the wet track should.
and maybe, just maybe,
there's Leandra heads
they
off to the gates.
might give the
Board here to
favorite.
245 Titanium Miss. Well,
It'll do two things. One, people are going to be happy with the happy ending,
Tracy Bartley is here.
and
We know
it'll also pull up their ratings today, which has gone below 70%. So if the 6 gets in, they'll be back at 35 to 40%.
And some specking shoal deep, the stablemate, $13 into 10. Leandra just gets out now. Is a $14 chance that market updates. So for 3.5 out to wrap up the day, Mick, and it is over to you for the late mail.
Yeah, I like Titanium Miss. I've always had big raps on her.
I'm out.
She's second up from a spell today, and I'm tipping she probably just needed that run first up there at Rosehill Garden. Just wanted to duck in under pressure. Had a wide gate that day too, and never really got into the hunt. But second up today, I think getting up to 1,300 metres really helps. She's drawn wide. I think she can get across. She'll be in the first couple.
It's from a very wide draw with a very funny weight.
Lass. I think this horse
I don't know.
at a price. Forget about the form on paper. She's had genuine excuses her last couple at Randwick and Warwick Farm in decent races. She has been placed here at Newcastle in the past, and she likes the wet tracks. 2 Elba included. Obviously arrives here with different form lines. Has been campaigning down in Victoria. You only have to go back 3 starts to see a good placing there at Caulfield. And when finishing third behind Perilous Flyer over the 1,100 metres, a repeat of that performance you would think would hold her in good stead here. And I put in the top one, Our Empress Zoe, who's got a few things working against her. She's got a big weight and a wide draw, but her recent Randwick trial win was quite good. There's one right down the bottom. If you've got a few gold coins, might be worth having something each way. Special Day. I know we think of her more as a stayer, but going back over the course of her career, she has been known to pull out a really big run fresh, and she doesn't mind a little bit of a give in the track as well. So if you just want an interest in the last Special Day, the 6-year-old mare by Piero, trained by Paul Perry, I thought was capable of running a cheeky race at a massive price.
Yeah, $81. This comes into $71 on track for Special Day. To wrap up the program, previous event, Sandpaper.
Yes, it's a very special day.
For a very narrow win over a medal. His run was enormous, given that no horse really has come from that position all day, and he's only just gone under.
Yeah, that's right, and I guess that was always going to be the problem.
It is indeed a very special day.
Good tactical speed, no weight, was always going to get his chance, and he was very brave, just dug in for the fight and was able to turn away the challenge.
I mean, I really feel sorry for the people who actually lost money today.
Both horses were terrific, and were quite taken with the run of the third horse, Grabini, who's not a noted first.
Not at all. Has no form first up. He's run out of his skin.
Yeah, that's for sure. So keep an eye out for Grabini, second up from a spell.
Well, eyes on Randwick tomorrow for the Randwick Guineas and the Group 1 Canterbury Stakes. And the slipper picture.
There's just 1% chance. There's just 1% chance that they'll give the favorite.
Tomorrow, the challenge
just to keep their ratings intact. But that's just a chance.
As they move in for the last, so did touch 245, just
I don't know.
250 on track, touch better with the fixed odds, but has been today.
The question is why 5 is not there, 2 is not there within the odds.
On the program, they're speaking for a couple at a price. Shortlisting 13 into 950. Can Expect Greater goes 19 into $16, and they've kept Elba, but 9 out of 11 now comes back into 10 for the last. And Titanium Miss will be one of the last to link in by the looks of things. Good luck here. This is over the 1,300 metres for the fillies and mares to wrap up Newcastle Stakes Day. Here's Luke.
Lane Burnley first up at Rosehill and also into her trial. Hasn't perturbed punters. They've just unloaded on her here. Ready to go. Racing. Titanium Miss jump well. She's going to go forward here. A little bit of speed toward the inside was Luna. It breaks out of the pack. Leandra Handy and Titanium Miss moves up on the outside. Continues to slide forward. McKeon Handy followed by Can Expect Greater just off the speed. Railing up with Shoal Deep being followed by Our Empress Zoe. Then Elba. Curvets, the Soiree La, Pioneer Lass and Special Day last. Down the side they go. Lunas leads by 3/4 on the heavily backed Titanium Miss. Much closer today up in distance. A length and a half third was McKeon on the inside of Leandra. Can expect greater. The outside our Empress Zoe, followed by Shoal Deep. Elvis, Soiree La, Curvet, Pioneer Lass, and Special Day. Packing field around the home turn. Leader is Lunas. Half a length on Titanium Miss being held together. Wider on the track, Can Expect Greater starting to run on, but the favourites hit the front now. Titanium Miss in the centre. Goes to the lead. Fighting on was Lunas. Can Expect Greater. Elba. Pioneer Lass trying to push out. Then our Empress Zoe. Titanium Miss the leader. Elba's coming. Elba's after Titanium Miss. 75 to go. Titanium Miss joined by Elba. They're drawing to the line. Elba. Yes, Elba. Titanium Miss. Third, that goes to Leandra. Photo for fourth.
Man.
Behind them then.
What a jump!
Then Curvet, McKeon, Special Day to Soiree La, and Can Expect Greater.
Well, the Victorian mare will spoil the party. The favourite backers there in winning the last are Anthony and Sam Friedman and Ben Osman, who gets the timing absolutely spot on. When Colin went home, I thought she was home. Titanium Miss, but has been gunned down right where it counts there. 12.20 and 3.10. Titanium Miss second. Leandra. The Attards will wind up in third spot. And fourth, that's pretty tight. But the Melbourne mare wins the last today.
Yeah, good win, wasn't it?
2-6-12.
She just arrived in the nick of time and has gone up by a comfortable enough margin. Had some reasonable form littered through her form card down there in Victoria. Was placed at Caulfield.
What is the fourth one?
Perilous Fighter. After that, went to Flemington, finish out of the placings behind She's All Shenanigans. And then last start at Sandown on the Lakeside track, things just didn't pan out for her when finishing at the tail of the field behind Written Bly. That was on the 5th of February. Has had a little bit of a freshen up, a change of states, and seemingly enjoyed getting through the softish track here this afternoon.
That too should have been the favourite, ideally. That's the linear.
Was a nice win.
That too should have been the favourite, ideally.
The lot with Titanium Miss, who shot by home.
So let's take a look at what happened. So if we look through the rails, that 5 actually was through the rails, and we've seen that 5 doing stuff, but it couldn't sustain. It couldn't sustain. All right, that's understood. But 2 was the linear, and 2 had to get through. And that was the first question, why 2 is not there within the odds. And 6 was the favorite. So 6 had advantage, definitely. But a 1300 meter and the linear is not favorite, I'm out of that track. That's as straight and simple as that. And I think the 12 got in. The 12 was in good hands, was with a okay jockey. It's okay. It was the second in management. It was the second in management. That's what it played like. John 2, 6, 12 and 3. Yeah, 3 was the neutral. 3 was the neutral. With a 52% dysfunctional team, that thing got through. Anyway, that is it today. We had 8 races today here at Newcastle, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again. And tomorrow is a better day. It's Saturday, and I think we'll have some good results tomorrow. And I'm hoping to do Flemington today. Randwick will have a lot of traffic tomorrow. Randwick has some premium races, and I strongly believe that Randwick played very leniently last week. And because of the traffic tomorrow at Randwick, I do not think Randwick is the place where we should take a chance. It's going to be better if we take our chances at Flemington. Flemington also has some good races, but since the traffic is going to be at Randwick, it is better to be at Flemington. But having said that, that's just me. And John, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you so much. Sully, thank you so much for being there. It means a lot. Tuna, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. I don't know if you're still there, but thank you so much for being there. Gentlemen, have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.